What's good with y'all? Who all we got in the building? Hey, make sure y'all hit the like on your way in. And the link is pinned to the top. Y'all already know what it is. Saturday sit down. Um, if you got some videos for me to review, send them to my email. Mike, you asked me a question. You said, I think if entertainment is keeping us, is holding us back or something like that, I wouldn't blame it on one particular thing. For the most part, critical thinking. Much respect to you. Reach up whatever's on y'all mind. I know it's a lot of different topics that folks been emailing me about. So, and y'all been sending me a lot of links to review. So you can send them now while I'm live, and I'll run them by the round table. What's good, Thunder Sound? Welcome to the call.
Hey, what's good, Sanchez? Glad to be here, man.
Glad to have you, man. You have any particular topic or a link you want me to review just to make sure you ain't got none of that stuff, or you just here for the cause?
Oh yeah, I'm just here for the moment right now, but if I feel inspired, I'll be sure to speak up.
All right. Yeah, Thunder Sound, any trendy topics that you think we should review though for this show? Or none trendy.
Uh,
I ain't just clout chasing or none trendy.
I mean, as far as like stuff that we talk about often on here, I don't know if you want to get into the carbon agenda, the anti-carbon agenda of this capitalist system.
Well,
A lot of stuff coming down the pipeline with the central bank digital currencies and all that stuff. So that's kind of what I've been plugged into lately. That and like the geopolitics and stuff.
okay. Well, yeah.
Unless you want to talk about Plaxico Charleston White verse,
What was that last one?
Charleston White, aka Plaxico Burris, just shot himself in the club allegedly.
They calling that man Cheddar Bob and shit like that. That's fucked up.
Yeah, that's for everything he's talking about, man. That show does put a damper on all this shit.
Somebody's sending me. So they sending me these first. Y'all talk to brosancheztv at gmail.com. Send in the links. I'm gonna check out the first couple of them real quick. Yeah, somebody sent me this. I already saw this before, but everybody just So this what we got here. Let me put the sound on. Uh, yeah, we.
Greatness that we don't investing in. It's called SCNT, which takes the egg of a young, perfect woman specimen, takes the egg and takes out the nucleus and puts our DNA in the nucleus. They just go in and take it out.
It's painful, right?
Huh?
Is it painful?
This video, this white dude, he's a billionaire. He's going around offering big money to buy women's eggs and embryos.
Hey, Sanchez, that guy right there is actually another Epstein. He owns an island. I think he actually went to jail or is under
Yeah,
indictment, but like
he, yeah,
similar stuff.
he's been involved with the law, as far as human trafficking and shit like that.
It's just crazy that it's a community of people like that that can own islands and just like, they just live in their own world. And it's like we don't even touch the places them folks go to on vacation, man. Crazy.
These billionaires own islands, right? And these islands are not even on a map. When you look at a map, you don't even see these islands on a map. And on these billionaire islands, they taking these embryos and stuff like that, and they creating hybrid humans. That was a movie a long time ago called The Island of Dr. Moreau. You gotta be kind of a OG to know about this one. You
I
ever
remember that one.
you
I
remember that
remember
one?
that one. I
This
remember
some
that one.
real shit they doing though, on some real shit. I swear that this may sound crazy, but they literally experimenting trying to make hybrids and all that shit underground on islands. Hell yeah. Remember the ugly ass human species shit that popped up? Folks was saying it's a hoax, but it was like half cow, half human or some shit like that.
And it like washed up on the beach or something like that, and
They
it had like
well,
teeth or something like.
this one they had in a secret lab, and they said that the cow human only lived for 2 weeks and it died.
Yeah,
And they
man,
showed a picture.
that's freaky.
Yeah, look, science a few years ago just made a breakthrough. They created the first man-made organism. It looked like a walking piece of snot. They blended a bunch of. Now they gonna take this little. See, the whole thing is, can man make something that's a living organism other than him procreating sexually and reproducing himself? Because once he be able to do that, then it's a matter of time before he can scale that up to more advanced things. That he basically, our science is in the business of playing God. You know what I'm saying?
And messing up and not winning at it at all because
Nah,
they steadily trying. They need new. They steadily trying new shit. So obviously, something ain't working right.
yeah, man.
A lot of people.
And then somebody sent me, hey y'all, you gotta make these videos short. This is a 21-minute long video right here, and we gotta have them at least to the most 10, and that's still a little pushing it, cause we just reviewing clips. But yeah, this video here is interesting. I'm gonna watch it on my own time. It's talking about how deserts ain't natural, and most of the deserts that we see in the world are man-made. Now, that may sound crazy to a lot of folks, but this the tinfoil hat community. I'm gonna say why there's a little truth to that. What people don't realize, like in ancient Egypt, Samaria, Babylon, these were desert places on earth. And in these we know these places today as desert places. Now, even Egyptians say there was a time where Egypt was green. It had vegetation and stuff like that. I don't know how true that is. They say that all over the world about all these desert places. Like, there was a time where it had vegetation and all this stuff, right? And then they try to play the game on, well, what happened to it and all that? How did it become a desert? I'm gonna tell you my theory. I think that all of these deserts that we see today with big populations in them, they might have once been green, but we built these places populated and became like Babylon was full of desert kingdoms, Phoenicians, Sumerians, all these places, but they saying they weren't always desert. So I'm saying if they had vegetation, then they were the first like big major cities in the world. Like New York or some shit way back in the day. But you know, these places can't be sustained forever. So one day, our biggest metropolitan area is gonna have to be abandoned just because the minerals, the air, everything in that area gonna be depleted. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what happened to those deserted kingdoms, like the Babylonians and stuff.
The evidence that large groups of people depleted all the resources and they moved on like locusts.
Yeah, it's some truth to that.
I sent you a video actually talking about that. This a video I looked at. It's a little long, but I don't know if you can want to look at it in your spare time. But it's basically talking about what happened in Egypt, how that well in modern times
And
that
scientists.
whole area that's desert is actually turning back green again. So there's like a lot of real estate and a lot of expansion being grown. It's in the desert now, but they basically saying that whole area, the Sahara and Egypt and North Africa and Middle East, is actually going to be what America is as far as like green. The climate is changing, grass is going to grow there, and they're saying in the next 30 years, majority of the world's food is going to be grown there. So that's going to be the world's bread basket. And Egypt actually built their capital out away from Cairo, like way in the middle of the desert. But apparently, they got information that that's where the climate is going to be changing and it's going to be green pretty soon.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, that's crazy, man. It is though. This next video sent to me by Bob, and scientists created the first synthetic cell. Let's check this out real quick.
And scientists announced today they have made a major breakthrough in the quest to create life in a laboratory. For the first time, they have produced a living cell in which the active DNA was put together by computers. What does
Scientists create a living cell in a laboratory in which the DNA was actually created by computers. So let me show y'all what's called a paradigm shift and a singularity. A singularity is when man gets so advanced with technology that the technology he creates starts reproducing humans. Go look up what a singularity is. A singularity is when the technology that you so intelligently make reaches a point where it's just as intelligent as you. And at that point, your technology becomes your God. We say the same thing, make you laugh, make you cry. That's kind of the situation here. Check this out, right? Man has made the first synthetic cell and the first man-made organism. This was in 2010, by the way, the video we playing, guys, this from 2010. It's been over a decade since they made the first synthetic cell. About 5 years ago, they made the first man-made organism. Remember, they made the first synthetic cell over a decade ago. So them today in our time saying we've now made the first man-made organism, that's like right on time. It was a matter of time after they made the first cell that they would eventually start making organisms. Now, a lot of folks may be wondering, why is science so interested in making organisms and just creating their own life in a laboratory when we can make life? When man and woman come together in the bedroom, we make life. So why is science funding abortion to where man and woman don't make life naturally, but they bent up on making it in a laboratory? And the question to that, the answer to that question is population control. One of the biggest problems of government, guys, is predictability issues. Any corporate tycoon will tell you what I'm saying is true. Corporations don't like to guess how much money I'm gonna make at the end of the year. They like to know. They like to predict this shit. It need to be some predictable numbers. So they look at the population the same. Populations can outgrow to a number to where the government system can't manage it because the population too big. This infrastructure ain't built to manage such a big population, right? So the thing about that is this: the governments of the world look at us humans as as a workforce, and they want a workforce that's controllable. Like if you think of what was happening on the slave plantations, the slave master decided when the slaves made it and when they don't mate, because he know how much room he got on his property and plantation, how much slaves he can house, how many he need for his particular crop. He don't want to have more slaves than he need. Shit like that is almost like they want to control the population. Like if a dude breeding dogs, he gonna decide when they gonna breed and when they not. Now the people in power, they're social engineers. They're looking at us like cattle. They want to be able to control our behavior the same way. And so, but it's hard to do that. You know what I'm saying? So they rather stop humans from procreating and just start 3D printing their slaves to where you don't even have birthmarks no more, nigga. You have barcodes. That's what science going. They
Hey,
saying,
bro.
yeah, uh-huh.
Oh, my bad. Sorry for cutting in, man. Stopping me. But I was gonna say, have you seen that movie called The Island, where they pretty much had an insurance policy and everybody had backup humans and spare body parts
Yeah.
living on an island somewhere isolated? So it's like people in science fiction, they got this concept of us being like some sort of meat cattle market and looking at us as like, okay, we got a lot of people that's useless bottom feeders, but they kind of, with the organ trafficking and stuff, it's like they got surplus body organs or whatever. So, there's people looking at everything with a capitalistic business and a scarcity mindset on everything and like shit you don't even think of, like living, breathing humans, to think of that as a business and a commodity. But they whole system is set up like that, and they have no care of mind. It's just cold hard business.
And I'm looking at this because I had sent this in. Salute Sanchez
Salutes,
and
Bobby.
salute to the other brother, right? Because as I'm
Salute,
looking,
Bobby.
as I was studying this, like you said, this shit been out for a while, and I'm thinking that in order for them to really control a human, you don't control the human. This is like the Get Out shit, right? This is like if I can, because these synthetic cells, the other video I sent you is showing you how they done figured out how to make the synthetic cells reproduce themselves. You see what I'm saying? So now it done got to the point to where I don't gotta control Bobby or Sanchez.
Yep.
If I can get this synthetic cell in you, it's gonna multiply within you, and now I control that. Now you got people acting out like, man, it's been a weird couple of weeks for me, man, because it's been people around me acting out like coming back from out of town. Then it's like they different people, like, you know what I'm saying? And I know a lot of people taking shots and doing this and that and like ingesting things that they really don't know what's going on with it. And I'm watching changes, and I'm like, yo, it's something like really getting into people and like flicking a switch. It's like back when niggas used to get slip Mickeys, but now it's like this the new age of the Mickey, like the straight synthetic. Like I'm gonna put you in the goddamn back seat of your car and I'm gonna drive. So you still gonna be there, but you just, you know what I'm saying? You there for the ride.
No, I feel you, Bobby,
So
because I'm running into a lot of people that got memory loss issues
yeah.
like crazy, and I'm like,
Well,
I can't be the only one with my shit.
before we go into let's just stay kind of hold on for 1 second. What I want to talk about like is the whole agenda behind them wanting to create synthetic humans though. Like why would you think about it, right? There's not an animal in nature that's trying to make another fake version of themselves. Like, think about it, right? Nature said when humans want to make another human, this what they gonna do, right? We call it sex. Science is saying we can't really control sex. we can't make a law to tell humans nobody having sex during these months of the year because y'all having too many babies. But what they'll do, they'll fund abortions, free abortions. They'll try to keep the population numbers low like that in different ways like that. But the biggest problem with government is population control. And one thing about government is all about control. If it's an aspect of your system that you lack control of, that's chaos. And you got to get control over that shit ASAP. That one thing can determine your whole system falling. So you know what they doing now? If you think about this, right? The humans that's living on the earth today, our fertility rate is less than half of the rate of the humans that live in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 40s, 30s. In other words, dude, the world is a ghost town. Put it this way, dude. We think the world we born into is really what nature intended for you to experience. You've been robbed. I tell you, the average human today, we don't even know what a natural world is. We was born in some technological science project, nigga. Like you was born in a science project with shots and all kind of spirit. You was a guinea pig. You ain't never breathed fresh air for real. You was born in a city, nigga, that had fucked up shit in the air from the day you came onto the earth, dude. And the water you was drinking had poisons in it from day one. Like, for us to really try to say, like, some humans will be like, man, God must don't love us. Cause look at this world, like, look at how everything, did God intend for it to be this way? Now the truth is this. Ain't no mysterious force up there with an intent on man with all that power and won't intervene. So let's get that on the table. The second thing is this right here. Critical thinking is God. If you look at what's going on in the world, nature don't care who evil or good. She care who using their mind or not. Then the people who's thinking the hardest ruling over everybody else, even though they some evil motherfuckers. And ain't nothing gonna intervene and save us and stop us or nothing. Guess what? It's who's smartest. So check this out, y'all. When you learn why we say knowledge is power, you'll see why the people in power got the most knowledge. What are they doing with their knowledge, y'all? That's the next question. Look at the video we playing. They're trying, see, they want to be able to have humans, but they don't want humans to control themselves. They want a set number of humans on Earth to be their workforce, but they don't want them humans to have free will. It's really an attack on free will. That's why they creating all this technology right now. They basically saying, look, if you look at the way the workforce is, like, for example, right, black people in America was the main targets for slave labor, right? Then when they started complaining and shit, there was an influx of immigration to where they say, okay, we'll just replace you with Mexicans and shit who ain't gonna complain that much and all that. Now look, now the Mexicans complaining. See, everybody gonna try to beat the cheapest price. Like, you got a people here that'll say we'll work for less and we'll complain less too. But even somebody it's gonna reach a point where nobody can bid lower and the people that you with gonna still be complaining. No one's gonna just be a slave and not complain. So guess what they doing now? They saying we finna replace all the workforce with robots, drones, microorganisms. By the year 2050, 2100, see, like we be joking all the time. We say, like, when we was young, you can dial 0 and get a real human. But today, everything automated. Like we talk to real humans a lot. Watch this. 25, 30 years from now, real humans won't even be making your food. Your interaction with a real human throughout your day gonna be so fucking scarce. They replacing the workforce with robots and AI microorganisms. And then you gotta ask yourself, what's gonna happen to the humans when they do that? Well, go ask the dude that said we gotta get rid of the useless eaters. Yeah, what's gonna happen to the humans when they perfect this humanoid? Either you're gonna become a humanoid or a transhuman type creature where you're lacking free will, you're kind of online and part of the hive mind, right? Or you gonna be, if you ain't connected to that. Basically, look, in the future, there's gonna be the IoT, Internet of Things. Humanoids will be connected to the IoT where the government can know their thoughts and all that. That's what the world going to. And if you ain't connected to the IoT, it's like they say in the Bible, when the Antichrist take over, if you ain't got the mark of the beast, it's going to be great suffering for those who don't accept the mark. Now, my question to y'all is, see, when I heard that scripture, I was in a church. And I was saying, man, I'm going to ride for Christ. I ain't accepting the mark even if I get tortured. Well, guess what? Now I realize what's going on. You know, Christ and the Antichrist one and the same. In that here I am now, the Christians going to all take the mark, basically. But check this out, y'all. That's like telling a person in China, is you going to be part of the social grading system? They got that in China right now. That's what the IoT is. It's the Internet of Things, where every single thing around you is connected to the internet, even your toilet. And it'll tell your doctor that you ain't shitting enough times a day. You know what I'm saying? A smart everything, a smart toaster, smart refrigerator, but dumber and dumber humans. So that's what we going, and you know.
Yeah, that's no free will, huh?
That's what they want. They want to take away free will. Guess what? How they gonna do it? These politicians coming out right now getting everybody excited. Guess what they saying? By the year 2050, 2100, they boasting to the world, right, that they're gonna reduce the crime rate on Earth down to 0%. Now, for you to say some shit like that, you got to really
Yeah.
be a bad motherfucker. For you to make a claim like that, nigga, you got to have some technology that's just badass. Now, guess what the technology they got? Y'all ready for it, man? That shit is called CRISPR. It is called CRISPR gene editing tech. D Calico, your background horrible, by the way, bro. Listen, it's called CRISPR gene editing technology, y'all. And guess what? Your DNA is a code. If you're a quarterback, I can find a part in your DNA that's responsible for you throwing that ball that good. I can cut that shit out and you'll wake up out of your coma and they'll be like, what happened to this nigga? He ain't throwing the same. You're basically a supercomputer as a human. And we're running algorithms and we're calling it talents or curses or gifts. You see what I'm saying? Like a computer can have a software app and it can have a virus. We say in a human terms, you got a gift or a curse. Now, computers come with both. You're a computer. Now, check what these first found out, how to rewrite your software. They found the part of the human DNA that's responsible for you using free will. And they said, we're going to reduce crime to 0% by taking away free will from future humans. You know what your free will is, man? Let me tell you what the fuck your free will is the part of you that say, no, man, I ain't feeling that. I'm gonna rebel against that. That ain't right. Your free will is the part of you that says, you know what? It's basically called willpower. It's the gift of being able to think about something and then manifest the thought. If I say right now I want to go cut the grass and then I go do what I thought about, that's called free will. The people in power are saying we want every human chipped by 2050, where we can read your thoughts, where we can predict crime before it happened. And guess what they doing? Now, let me show you. A lot of folks are saying, why is policing getting so light, like the purge law they passed in Illinois? Listen, they finna get rid of the police. If you ain't got a gun, listen, they finna be letting out the murderers and all that shit, y'all. The whole, they finna replace the current law enforcement system with drones and all that. And during the shift change process, it's gonna be a purge period. Guess what all of these purge laws is for? That's finna be worldwide. Because guess what they gonna do? They're finna create the scare that's gonna make us beg for the robots to police us. You know, all this defund the police talk, where they actually about to pull the police away from y'all ass and let the gangsters terrorize you for a minute. And guess what's gonna happen when they do that? Yeah, anybody joining the call and you got these real horrible backgrounds and you find yourself in the waiting room, just enjoy the VIP back there, man. You can't make it up here, bro. Y'all niggas be all on top of Mount Everest and shit trying to join. You be hanging out the side of a helicopter trying to join. You be scuba diving in the Pacific Ocean under the water saying, let me click the link and join. Join when your background quiet and you're somewhere where we don't got to hear the thunder and roaring in your background. So yeah, man, we don't need your company that bad.
You shut up, bro.
Wait till you land, like you in the middle of parachuting, you falling right now. We can hear the wind. Wait till you hit the ground, pack your parachute in, then join. Go ahead, brother.
No, I was just saying you shout out, bro. I'm just listening and did want to say thank you for the add on. It's diggy though, bro. Yes, sir.
Yeah, tell them when they in the middle of parachuting to go ahead and land before they join first. Go ahead, guys.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, if you down there scuba diving and trying to chime in with the sit down, bro, please board your boat, depress, and get on safely before you even click on, homie. Cause we don't need that extra whatever that is in the background, bro.
Right, we don't.
I don't.
Right, we don't. He's on Thor Mobile. He's
You
on.
feel me? Yes, sir. But hey, bro, appreciate your bill, bro. I heard Bobby building early and all that on some good deal, man. I swear, bro, this here therapeutic for some of us, man. We need this,
Appreciate you
dog.
digging.
Yes, sir. Hey, and anybody out there in the chat world, do Bro Sanchez that favor, man. Go on, smash that like button, please. Smash it, bro. There's too many people watching. Like this thing, baby. You love it.
For sure. Yeah, man. I'm gonna hit play on this shit and we can like and I'm gonna tell you how the news be presenting this shit like we supposed to get excited about it. Like scientists created the first synthetic cell. And they said, like, okay, man, nigga, we struggling. We don't give a fuck about a synthetic cell. And we don't care about a, like, when scientists gonna do some shit that's gonna really help our motherfucking ass. You see what I'm saying? Scientists want to tell you about diamond planets, super Earths, synthetic cells, all them smarts. But scientists don't know how to stop depression in our teenagers. See, I've been saw science was full of shit. Science is a magic show that say, look over here at this beautiful super Earth. Why they don't treat motherfucking homelessness and regular shit. all these geniuses, and look at the world we live in. All these geniuses and billionaires and smart motherfuckers that know it all, and look at the world we live in. Cause the only thing they gonna come out and on the news and give your ass is, hey, we made the first synthetic cell. Hey, when you gonna clean up the first slum? We found the first diamond planet. When you gonna find the young, bright mind that's really a genius instead of the next twerking motherfucker? Find the shit that matter. These motherfuckers want to find everything but the shit that can build a heaven for us on earth. And you know what's crazy? That's the easiest shit to find. The easiest shit to find can make life on earth a heaven, and they looking for the most hardest shit. New universes and all that, and that ain't gonna do shit for us.
And look, man, they know how to divide the people evenly, but they damn sure don't know how to divide that money evenly. They say everybody that's living right now can have $1 million in their bank account, and we'll still have enough money. It's crazy how the 1% got all that money, and everybody's struggling in these slums. People even in the
Yeah.
suburbs are struggling and don't even know it. So they see how they living in Dubai or something.
Hey, you
Go
ain't
ahead.
That's so real.
them but the truth. Now, let me give y'all a 2-minute story that's gonna break your heart real quick. Check this out, right? As a young man coming up, I was always intrigued by the stars, asking questions about shit, and just inquisitive. I've been a nerd. Now, guess what I said as a young man in this world? I said, when I grow up, I'm gonna be smart and I'm gonna help the government out so we can fix these problems. And guess what you find out when you grow up, young man who thinking like that? That the government gonna target you and kill you thinking like that. The government created these problems. They don't want no young niggas solving them. That's why the niggas with the millions of dollars is Tekashi 6ix9ine, Bobby Shmurda. They want you youngins killing each other and being on some shallow, none-thinking shit. They don't want no young man saying, look at all these problems in the world. When I grow up, I'ma fix them. I was so naive. I was that young nigga thinking like that. Let me hit the laugh button. When you grow up, you gonna find out this world is relentless, young man. That all of your smarts and you thinking that the government don't know about these problems, they creating them on purpose. They waiting for somebody to say, oh, I can solve that problem, and that nigga gonna be missing next month. If your shit is, listen, these problems is what keep them in power. Listen, if the city of Gotham didn't have a penguin, they wouldn't need Batman. Batman would be sad if the penguin went away. If the city of Gotham didn't have a problem called a Joker, there would be no need for a Messiah called Batman. So tell me if you don't think Batman want them to have a Joker there. Of course, the police want crime to be there. If every human treated each other right, man, it's going to be a lot of police without jobs. It's going to be a lot. If everybody ate right and healed their body, the medical industry will collapse. Everything that government provides, if we all was connected with nature, there would be no need for government. Just think about the word government. What? Govern the mind? It's a nigga in a jungle right now with a leaf skirt on without a government that's gonna outlive all of us. That nigga got a bone in his nose and he gonna live to be 120 something without a government, a hospital, a food market, none of that shit. And under governments, you good if you live to be 70, 80 and all that in our time today, cause they ain't making them like our grandmamas, mamas and daddies and shit, nigga. It shares, even if you look at the stats, we're dying younger every generation, nigga. By the year 2050, 2100, if we keep going on, a motherfucker that live to be 40, folks gonna clap for his ass.
Get back to like the early 1900s life expectancy in America.
when people worked hard, but you're not dying from labor, you dying from your lifestyle. But I want to say earlier when you spoke about the prison releasing everybody in prison and the purge, that mean that all of society is gonna be the prison. If they letting all the prisoners out and we finna be under surveillance and drone and all this other stuff, that mean prison done expanded to the entire society, and we all gonna be, in prison in a lesser or more form to a degree.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, they imprison criminals based on one level as far as what's illegal, what's not. But those who weren't criminals were still prisoned by the fight or the need for trying to make this money and provide for their families and just survive out here. So we all technically prisoners, whether it's mental or physical. Like a lot of prisoners who locked up physically, hey, you can lock my body up, but you can't get my mind. So they still try to keep their mind going. You feel me? But knowing that they in that situation, like I say, that we all still prisoners on one level, and that's the
Bro,
most fucked up thing. Falling back.
I'm gonna tell you something, Diggy, that I was building on the other day. They got rid of mental health institutions in America and psychological institutions in America. They got the fucking medical mafia and the prisons are working together, and they washing all our mental people into the prison systems. So it used to be a time where if you were a mental person, you had like this top-notch treatment and shit. Well, I wouldn't say top-notch, I'm exaggerating. But the thing is, like when I did security, most of the people we call Metro on were folks who they mind wasn't right. And the police didn't care about that. They will rough your ass up. They will put a knee in your back. Nigga, they don't care if your mind ain't right. Stop resisting. They'll kill your ass, and they don't care if your mind ain't right. Mental health been neglected in this country, and guess what? They preying off of it. If you listen, 30% of the motherfuckers behind bars should be in some fucking psychological shit. But guess what? You can make more money off them in prison, cause with they mental illnesses, we can write them up for offenses. We can extend their time. We can we can capitalize off running our mental people in our country through the system versus having adequate infrastructure to treat. Think about this, right, y'all? Watch this. Western world people take more antidepressants than any other people in the world. You got to think about that shit. How the fuck we take more antidepressants than third world countries? We talking about motherfuckers with flies on them and they ribs showing. How are we more depressed than a person who don't know when they next meal coming?
Hey, it's because I'm saying they poor. They feel it and go through it every day, but people over here, they suffer from, I guess, the pressure from not having money or something like that, but that's the difference. That's what I was going to say.
Nah, you about right, bro.
I think it's because the third. I'm sorry, brother. I just want to get this in real quick.
Yeah, that's a good question. I want to hear y'all answer that one. Go ahead.
I think it's because
that's a great question.
The perception of what third world has been given to us. The only way we know them people poor is that they telling us they poor.
They
See
poor.
what I mean? But then they poor based on
what we live off. Cause look,
what we live off of.
Let me check this. Watch this, Bobby. It's a dude that wake up at 3 a.m. He working about 19 hours a day, and he's driving up to a volcano to breathe in sulfur. Now, his life is gonna be about 50 years old. He definitely gonna die because he breathing in sulfur at a volcano site every day. Now, guess how much money he making every day? $17 a day. Dude, I just got a donation for $20 5 minutes ago, probably. Now, I made his whole day earning talking shit on the internet. This man breathing in sulfur at a volcano and made $17. So you see what I'm saying now?
Mm-hmm. I
Yo,
mean,
Like the onion, dog, with so
Increasing
many
everything.
layers, it's hard for certain people to peep, dog. Cause like you saying, you got folk blood diamonds. You know what I'm saying? Children, grown men, and everything, mining and doing what they got to do for diamonds still. Same with the gold industry. You got folk, whether they getting it out of America land or other land across seas, trying to get it how they get it, but how they work these people and what they get as a reward still isn't equal to what it is in an economy aspect
Yeah,
from
a
what the
dude.
big dogs actually do.
You got
because
folks.
what you gotta
When
understand
you
is
say
even.
third,
Oh yeah, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
no, Bobby, you got it after this, because he need to know when you say third world country, you talking about people that's living off less than $20 a day.
Right. And
yeah.
that's where I was finna go with it. It's a form of slavery and a form of recreating. Cause see, look, the thing that they doing with the new slaves or the people they paying less than $20 a day, sometimes cents a day, is remining the resources to recreate the new paradigm. So it's like all this shit a flip-flop. Once they get that shit over there built, then who gonna be the new third world people? Us?
Nah, it's gonna
You
be
feel me? It's
people.
no, I'm
Yeah,
saying
well,
at
I'm
one
gonna
point in
answer
time,
your question. America is finna be a third world country.
you feel
Yeah.
me? That's
Yes.
what I'm trying to say. That
Hey.
they already setting up the
You
paradigm.
know
So
what?
it's
Let me just rephrase that. I'm gonna go ahead and go this far. Excuse me, I'm sorry. The world we live in is about to be a third world world.
World. Bam.
there we go.
Big
See what I'm
facts.
saying? They setting it. Listen, man. The folks that's over here so depressed, the reason why they depressed is the same reason why during the pandemic or during like market crashes, people with a certain aspect on what life should be kill themselves. Why niggas like us who grew up in the projects just like it's back to syrup sandwiches and Kool-Aid, my nigga. We can make it. You see what I mean? So it's kind of like these folks really don't give a fuck about the $17 an hour. They was
Look,
really making it and living off the land until some other motherfuckers came and set up a paradigm in their sector that made them have to go do something for just these little trinkets or something because it's just a form of control.
And that's at $17 a day. They're not even the person that antidepressants is even market. They don't have enough money. So it's like once
But
they
it
have
ain't
enough
even the
money,
money.
once they
They
have
ain't
enough,
depressed.
well, they are. I was
They telling
they
us that them folks depressed. Them folks looking at it's just like this, bro. We grew
Yeah.
up broke in the projects. You ain't never been depressed like a person who touched $1 million and lost it.
For real. No, I feel
Look,
you.
it like
feel me?
when you
I
look
feel
at depression, right? Dig this. When you looking at depression, it has nothing to do with basically your status in life. You have people that's paraplegic, that's happier than a person that's a millionaire that can run, jump, and do whatever. It's a mind state. Now, what they do to them people over there in the third world countries, reason why it don't drive them crazy because it become normal to them. It's like a person doing a life in prison. After they in there so long, it don't even they become numb to it. So these third world countries that's making all this shit for us to live happy off of is happier than us. They don't even know the other side of life. They never witnessed it. If you drove a Lamborghini every single day, that Lamborghini would seem like a Toyota Corolla to you once you get accustomed to it. So if you're not accustomed to something, ain't nothing there to stress you out. That's all you know. But yeah, y'all go ahead.
that's big facts, sir. Drop.
Mic drop.
what I was
Oh,
going to
that's
say. I agree. I agree with what you're saying, but what I was saying was they not once they get into the global market, like we live in a country, you know, to the question earlier about why they don't take the antidepressants and the press, like why we take the antidepressants. That's because I feel like that's part of the plan. It's like that over there, your suffering and everything is physical. You see it in a country like this. Your suffering is like you think it's like your suffering is invisible a lot of the time. So it's easier to confront physical suffering and say, hey, this is my life. I got to walk everywhere. I could probably only afford one pair of shoes every other year versus, you up here, you depressed, you got 20 shoes in your closet, but you just depressed about your outlook. Like, damn, man, how am I going to pay my rent in the next 6 months with shit going up and my renewals and blah, blah, this and blase or whatever. So, I get what you're saying, Drop, and I agree.
Oh, well, sit the floor open, then cool. Now the way
Okay.
to get out
Go
of
ahead, Drop. You got it.
Yeah,
No,
the
wait,
way to
wait,
get
wait.
out of the stress mind frame is real simple. It's the snap of two fingers. You gotta snap the fuck out of it. Things most people stress about, especially over here, they stress about the stupidest shit that's gonna work itself out. Instead of giving it time to work itself out, they stress the whole time it's working itself out. So you done stressed for 3 days for something that was gonna be what it was gonna be in 3 days
Right.
anyway. And that causes health problems. Stress is almost the number one killer. Stress is almost the number one dumb decision to
It
make.
is, bro.
But guess what
Like
else
if you
stress could be? Stress could be the number one motivator. Now peep this, Drop.
hell yeah, can.
Did you
That
feel me?
positive
Then I
stress,
peep
bro.
game. Now, my theory is the reason why they keep doing these paradigm shifts, they're trying to separate bonding, like how the baby's being born away from the parent and all of it. Like they trying to separate that bonding aspect so we give our children up more, which is what you're seeing, which will create that new indoctrination. You know what I mean? Like all these other countries, like third world countries, another reason why they're used to it is because in some way, shape, or form, they're indoctrinated into a God concept. So it's like the greater later thing. You see what I mean? And the 1% know that, like it's kind of like I know that I got to keep a mental control over these numbers because no matter what, if too many people wake up at one time, I would have to either A, kill everybody, which in turn would be death for myself because I don't want to work for self. That's the whole point of me controlling people. Or two, run the risk of motherfuckers killing me, which is why they keep giving us these things to make it like it's greater later. Like if we was in a third world situation right now, everybody on this panel from the point we at right now, and then we all lived 40 years later to see third world, I promise you, I'll be teaching my children like, hey, listen, we about to die. Tear this motherfucker up. Ain't no reason sitting around being stressed, depressed, because if we really believe energy never die, none of this, then why these folks ain't like, fuck it, gung ho? Because they got them trapped up in that, oh, don't do that. It's gonna be greater later. You suffer now and you get your mansion in the afterlife.
But I was watching this movie, right? This lady crashed right in the plane, right? Two pilots and her crashed in the plane. She on the side of a beach or whatever. There ain't no civilization within miles or whatever, right? She's seeing bears and everything. She finally figured out how to start a fire and was the happiest lady in the motherfucking world just off of fire. Just off, a lighter, striking something to some paper. When she made a fire, that was like heaven to her. Guess what she used to burn the fire?
The money.
Millions and millions, of dollars.
No, I already knew it was money.
Just got to burning it. Like, fuck, this money is not worth nothing. What can I do with the money? There's no stores. There's nothing out here. Most people be like, I'm gonna get it back. No, she in the middle of nowhere. You ain't care, man. You freezing, you starving, and you need a fire. You gonna keep burning the money. And most people that couldn't do that is trapped in this matrix. Their mind is gone. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that was in Germany, during Hitler's time. Great Depression or whatever they called it. Yep.
It
I ain't
sounds
gonna
like
lie.
Lord of the Flies too.
Matter of fact, that's something Noble Drew Ali said gonna happen in our time. He said you gonna walk by a $20 bill and won't even pick it up.
Man, it's like,
What I wanna know is how the fuck back in them days, if they was supposed to be so primitive, what the hell was gold? How was gold worth money? And then how they turn that into paper and how they turn that paper into digits to where now they can just press a button and cut it all off.
out
To
that
me, that's
drop.
the biggest con move in the world. A rock, bro. You gonna
Gold is currency.
Yeah, no, I'm
Well,
finna
you
say
know my
no,
gold.
I
concept on
understand
gold.
what it is.
Gold is actually.
I'm saying how
I'm
can
finna
they
tell
put
you how
value on a rock?
they
Hold
put
on, but real
value
quick,
on it
Bobby, hold on,
because
real quick. I'm just
I'm
10
sorry.
seconds, big brother. I'm gonna pass it right to you. But if anything, Sir Drop, think about it like this. A lot of people think about when we speak about, the past, ancient times, whichever decade we go into, some people, a lot of people would acknowledge those civilizations were way more intelligent than as we are today, and we breathe in this moment. Just to put that out there real quick. Falling back. Go ahead, Bobby.
yeah. And my concept and theory on gold is that all that shit is mineral breakdowns of the human body and other bodies, plants, and all of that's in our terrarium, so to speak. So it's like they know that it's the worth of it is the value of the human, the literal currency, the creating the current, the electrical current. It don't have no value until you give it value. You see what I'm saying? Until you give it a use. So really, nothing is worth nothing, and everything is worth everything. It's a wild paradox because it's like, this like a motherfucking stick ain't worth nothing until you pick that bitch up and like this your stick you use to dig all this shit out and do this. Then you gotta say, man, this stick, somebody come and try to take that stick, you gonna be like, nigga, I might need like 200 for this stick. You know how much I do with this thing? It's just a stick.
Now, me personally, I think they were never primitive, right? And
Me neither.
these like we know gold can, you move electric and shit through it. And these different metals was used for different things. Some of that shit probably was used for the military and other shit. Like it had to be something else besides the shine of it that made it worth money. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
So
Or like,
let me share some with you.
Go ahead,
I
bro.
want to answer drop question real quick. Why gold and money became popular? They needed something to replace the soul. Before fiat government and before we fell from Eden, right? And I think y'all know what I mean, her story to his story, right? Before the great fall of man, when we was in our great state of mind and all that, we didn't have a concept of money or capital gain. Think about it. Go back in time to the humans who were very spiritual and try to teach them what it mean to capitalize. Try to teach them what it mean. You know what I mean? We didn't have that. So they basically had to make us think we were our bodies, because you can place value on the body but not the soul or the energy in the body. You can place value on the body based upon the body's capabilities, what it can and can't do. And you can place value on it. And when you get humanity thinking that they body and not they soul, then they would think that they worth the price of their body when everyone's soul is priceless. And they had to come with stuff like gold, silver, things to make us value that more than the soul. And the stuff they made us value to us, how ironic that it shine just like the soul. Now, we valued our soul with shine. Then we started valuing gold and minerals that shine. They had to mimic the soul and make us fall to a earthly, like more shallow level. That's why I think gold, all of that stuff started getting more value to humans than humans. Like it became a time on earth where a nigga kill your whole family for a little nugget of gold. But that's how they had to do it, though. You got to remember, the first government on earth was the church. And for you to in the Vatican, the Roman Catholic Church, they had a system on earth called I think it was called, let me see, I'm finna look it up right now. Pan for sins removal. I think it was called indulgences. Indulgences. Let me cut my fan off. Let me break this down. In the old church, like the day you asked Christ for forgiveness. But in the old church, you literally had to pay shekels. It was called an indulgence. And if your sins outweighed more than what you can pay, then you was in debt for damn near your whole life, like how we be with the IRS and shit around this bitch. So that go the thing now to where they can start saying your value is only valuable if you following these rules. And if you ain't following these rules, we gonna tax you and you gonna pay a penalty. Now, guess what that is? That's the fucking social crediting system in China. And I'm telling you about it way back in ancient Rome. This social crediting system been around for a long time. Because what they was telling the ancient Romans and all them, look, if you ain't going by what the government's saying how you should act, you got to pay a fine. And that's what's going on in China right now. If you ain't voting, if you ain't participating in like certain community shit, yeah, that's how it was. Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Hey, I can agree. I can back that up too. What Sanchez saying, man. If you get caught jaywalking over there in China, they taking the money out your motherfucking account right then and there. You ain't got to go to court.
Credit score, your social credit.
They taking your shit out right then and there. This is LaShawn Thomas. I'm saluting the panel, Sanchez, chat, mods. I just got back from my vacation, the anniversary, so I'm just glad to be on right now. But Sanchez is spot on. Appreciate it. Sanchez is spot on with that shit, man. These motherfuckers is doing that right now. I fall back.
Hey, LaShawn, we glad to have you, bro. As always, you already know.
Facts. But yeah, I was real quick, bro. I was just gonna add to those precious jewels and customs that we love so much. Don't forget about the pearls and goddamn gemstones for some people as well, though, falling back.
Hey, I was finna add that
hey, now watch this, not to cut you off, D Calico, but did you hear his background? That's all over America. Go ahead.
Yeah, it is. That's real. That's real. Hey, what I was finna say is the whole thing about gold having value, like it to me, it always kind of brought credence to the idea of the Anunnaki story. Because I'm like, why else does gold have value? You know what I mean? So the thing about the Anunnaki, so-called created the Igigi and all of that to mine gold. You feel me? To collect all the gold. What I'm saying is gold in that story.
You really believe that?
No, watch this. I'm saying in that story, yeah, because watch this. In that story, gold literally can repair the ozone layer. Scientists right now will tell you that monatomic gold can repair the ozone layer.
And I'm gonna tell you why they say that, D. Because they want to lie to you. The truth is, the only thing that can compare the ozone layer is to not fuck up the ozone layer. You can't put a hole in the ozone layer and say gold can repair it. No, how about you just don't put the hole there and we ain't gotta worry about. See, because think about this. They trying to create a reason to dig for gold like they did in the gold rush, like they did in Egypt. They need a reason to keep digging in the ground. And when they say, well, yeah, man, this gold can fix the ozone holes in the air, we going to be like, yeah, well, keep digging for gold. See, they using us. We gullible like that, bro. Listen, we need to tell them motherfuckers, look, how did the hole get in the sky? Well, we putting a hole with this plant over here. Well, look, fuck the gold. Just stop putting a hole there with that plant. Let's go to the root of the problem. Let's quit making a problem, then making the people excited because you saw the problem. That's like a baby that spills something on purpose just because the grown-up started clapping when it picked up a broom. You ever saw that? When you clap when a baby spills something and the baby try to clean it up and everybody start clapping like, oh shit, the baby know to clean up his mess. And the baby gets so used to the clout that the baby will spill shit every day just to make you clap and clean it up. And you got to tell the baby like, wait, that shit was cute at first, you know, but now we need you to stop spilling it now. Okay, we know you can clean it up, but the key is not to spill it. And see, that's how the government got us. We go to clapping when they clean it up, and we should be like, you motherfuckers too smart to be spilling it though.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. I can see a kid cursing and then apologize. Oops, excuse me. Like over and over again. Now you finna get, you finna get disciplined. That's what you finna get. You know what I'm saying? You doing this on purpose. So I know what you're saying though.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I want to add too about the gold that and I see you got the pyramid as your logo too in the background, brother. But the pyramid being the focal point of all religion and mystery systems in the world. At one point, they was encased and covered in gold, and whatever the pyramid mystically represents is supposed to be something that's gold too. But it was all allegedly stolen off or whatever. So that right there, making it the focal point of everything automatically, it's like you already kind of train people's mental perception to start honoring and worshiping it and put your mind towards gold. You know what I'm saying?
When you said that the pyramid was coated in gold, that ain't true. Now, I ain't debating you. I'm just giving. I ain't trying to act like I know everything either.
I mean, the capstone, they was not the full pyramid, like the focal, the capstone at the top.
Check this out, and I ain't gonna say I'm right or wrong, cause I'm not trying to debate today. I just want to pass. We can just pass ideas. Now check this out. Look at this step pyramid. They got everybody focused on these today. Now, if you read about why the step pyramids were so important, it was said that the step pyramids represent transcension. What that means is the human spirit going out of the body. Now, examples of when this happened is like when you're dreaming, right? When you're knocked unconsciousness and you in a whole. What we know is we're multidimensional, that there's another infinite part of us that lives in the body, that when it gets out the body, it lives on. Now, we call that the soul. Now, they said these step pyramids represent this this part of us that makes us be able to cross over in between these realms of the spirit and the physical, so to speak, right? Now, watch this. In 2050, scientists are saying that quantum computers will allow us to do that. They're saying quantum computers will allow us to upload our minds, which is our souls, into metaverses, alternate universes that's made inside of simulated worlds and computers. And you can literally be asleep in a hospital, living out your life inside of a computer in a dream world, and you just be a vegetable state to the rest of us. But in your mind, you a fucking rap star. You can program your people. Think about this before I move forward. All of our tax money is going on stupid little shit like this. Now, motherfuckers may say, Sanchez, how dare you call what science doing stupid? That's genius. Like, think about it. You could do this and do it. I'm like, bro, everything science trying to do, God already gave us this. They're trying to redo. But let me just make my point anyway. Look at this quantum computer, right? What if I told you this was what the step pyramid was? I'm going to tell you some real shit. All of these step pyramids we see in the world today, Man, I wouldn't even be surprised if that shit was made recently by the governments of the world to throw us off from the truth. You know what I really believe? And they say the man with the most bizarre theories, the truth is stranger than fiction. All of this shit they doing with the CERN machine, time traveling technology we going into. Think about this. They said an ancestor solved all that. The Mayan was saying that our dreams were alternate universes, dude, and that we are multidimensional. We were born in more than one world, and that when you die, you got to keep dying and living out your lifetimes, plural. In other words, like you're gonna revisit a dream, like, hold up, I remember being in this dream before. And no, that's an alternate universe, not a dream. And that's saying, scientists basically saying we can make technology and put it on your head, and we can take your mind out of your body and put it in a computer. You know why scientists are saying that? Because they know your mind is your soul. See, the mind is the part of you that keep on living when the body die. We call it the soul. The ancestors said the mind was the soul, and just like the soul, they said the mind is a terrible thing to waste. Both of us, not why think about this, right? The first government was the church, and it's called government. The word "ment" is dealing with mentality, dealing with the mind. But the church was talking to people about saving their souls. Now, guess what happened? We forgot that the soul and the mind are synonymous. And so when they started governing our minds, they started leading our souls in religion and stuff like that. So if you look at the world today, all the churches got a contract with the state. When if like I said, think about this, right? This pyramid I'm showing in Egypt. Why was the pyramid so sacred? You ever heard of a pyramid scheme? See,
Yep.
ain't no such thing. Right, ain't no such thing as a square scheme, a circle scheme, or a rectangle scheme. Why is it a pyramid scheme? Because the pyramid means only a few can be at the top, but a lot of slaves and people we fucked over can be at the bottom. Now, if you ever been a victim of a pyramid scheme, which I have, you'll know that at the top of that pyramid scheme is some people that's living real good. And at the and at the bottom is some folks that's saying, man, in order for me to make my money back because I was schemed, guess what I gotta do? Scheme other people. That's why it's called a pyramid scheme. The pyramid is the shape they use to symbolize the shape of government. You know why? Government only benefit the few people at the top of the pyramid. Everybody at the bottom, the pyramid built on your back. You're a debt slave. See, the true shape of government should be a circle. You know why? That means the power would be distributed equally in a 360 and will be reciprocated equally among everybody with how they turn eventually to partake in the American dream. They promise us an American dream, but only 1% of people in the world achieve that. Did y'all know that?
Yes,
You know
sir.
how
Yes, sir.
rare it is to achieve what they call it. Now, they want to redefine what that is because the fact that they prompt. Now, here's the thing about this step pyramid and going back to the quantum computer. The quantum computer is what they saying is this computer will literally house humanity's soul and consciousness. Now, when I look at the step pyramid, can anybody see what I see?
You see stacks.
You see this? You see? Because check this out, right? The Mayans said the world we live in is not our true home. And in the church, and that became interpreted by the church later as earth is a place of sin and heaven is your true home, all this. Now we have deja vu, we have dreams and all that. Now, when you're born into this world, they teach you that each day is a new day waiting to happen. The Mayans said the future and the past is already written out and ain't nothing you can do about it. You got to fulfill it. And that became the story of Jesus having to fulfill the script in the Bible. Now, check how deep this is, though. That story was told by our Mesoamerican ancestors first. It had nothing to do with the Christ we read about. That's why I'm pulling this up. It got something to do with the science they bringing up now. They said, listen, the whole thing I'm telling you is this right here. They saying that basically, I'm losing my damn train of thought. But check this out. They're saying basically the Mayan were right. The Mayan are saying what the church said. This earth ain't the true earth. And that we're in some sort of left behind yesterday universe. Each second they saying a whole nother universe is born. Every second is a new universe. It's a still picture, like pausing a movie where you can hit play at that point. And according to the ancient Mayan, this is why you can be able to go to sleep and dream of your 10-year-old birthday and play it from that point. And in the dream, nobody can tell you dreaming. You in a whole nother, you basically were time travelers. Now, as they crack this code of the ancestors, they saying we'll be back time traveling by 2050, 2100. Check this out, right? We already time travelers. We do it. If you ever dreamed about some shit that already happened before, you travel to the past. If you die in your sleep, guess what'll happen? You'll dream on. You won't even know you're dead, according to the ancestors. They said it's the nature of our existence. This is what reality is. What we're calling life and death is us slipping out of different alternate and parallel universes. Now check how crazy this is, right? If you ever dreamed before, this is deep, because why do we dream? Now think about this. Why do you have deja vu where you can see some shit happen exactly the way it's gonna happen before it happened, and then it fucking happened? Bro, listen, if the future ain't happened, you should not be able to think about it. Guess what deja vu is? You're remembering the future just like you can remember the past. And the only reason you can do that is what our ancestors were saying about our life and universe is true. And these folks don't want us to know how great we are. We lost the ability to see the future, to do all that shit, because we believing in science. And science is killing us, dude. Now check how crazy.
Go ahead. Right.
Check this out. The fact that you have deja vu shows that some ain't right about what they teaching us about what we are. If tomorrow ain't happened yet, how the fuck can I see something? Listen, when you have deja vu, it can be some shit that's gonna happen a month from now. And when you have that shit, it's like you remembered it like it already happened. You smell the smell. You remember every little intricate detail. You tell the folks like, bro, I'm having deja vu, like I saw this before. And guess what? You should not be saying nothing before that ain't happened yet. If that ain't happened yet, how you saw it? See, this proving that our ancestors was right. They said that the future and the past was created at the same time, and we can remember the future like we can remember the past.
And to add to that, I think every day and every second is a deja vu for somebody. So like you saying, I think we already been here before.
We've been here before. Deja vu proves that, like, guess what? The Mayans said the world we're in right now is a trick, and you need to get out of it by ascending to these ancient sciences. Guess what that is? When you was young, you was dreaming a lot. And in your dream, you would realize, oh shit, I'm dreaming, but you wouldn't wake up. That's when we become multi-dimensional universe hoppers. See the the ancestors meditated a lot. They spent a lot of their hours sent Indian style just with their eyes closed for like 12 hours. Today we be like, what was the point? And science tell us, well, it was to give them discipline and all that. Nope. Guess what they was doing? They was traveling to other universes out of their body. They was like the dreams we have at night. We don't know when we gonna dream. It just kind of randomly happened. The ancestors had control over it. They can say, look, we're gonna go to this place when we go to sleep. For example, like I tell you, you can have a husband and wife in the ancient world that'll say, hey, baby, when we go to sleep tonight, let's go back and redream our wedding together. And they'll go do that and wake up, baby, when it's fun. So we've been time traveling. We just lost the gift. We lost that. We lost how to get out the body. And I told y'all when my grandma died, she visited me on the astral plane. And guess what? I'm going to tell y'all something. That's what's confirmed to me, that there's life after death. Now, check this out. I'm finna pass the mic because I know everybody want to interject with this. This is a deep topic. Matter of fact, let me fall back. Let's let the panelists go ahead and
Hey,
interject.
Sanchez, I was just finna say what Uzi Daisy said. That sound like some Final Destination type shit, right?
Yeah.
That's all.
They not telling us the truth about what we are, where we are, none of that, man.
Hey, Sanchez, I just want to say this before anybody say anything, because everything you just said, like, and that we've been talking about lately, that's why, you know how we always say some of this stuff we know they listening to us on, and they kind of keeping up with what's going on in the thought process and how far we getting along with figuring shit out. Tell me why in the new they just dropped a new season of Rick and Morty and shit, and they new season episode 2 is everything we talking about right now, and the motherfuckers figuring out the simulation.
Let me show you some. Let me show you some. This beyond Rick and Morty. Let's talk about Freddy Krueger, and I want to do this for a reason, right? Freddy Krueger is a interdimensional spirit that wait for you to dream. When he kill you in your dream, you die in real life. Now I've talked this before, but I got to lay this down because Q just made me think about this, right? They've been teaching us with all this science today, your dreams is just your imagination, man. That ain't real. Now, people in the jungle that's part of tribes, they say that your dreams are just as real as this reality. Don't you know the number in the top 3 causes of death? Sleep apnea is still in the top 5. Now, guess what sleep apnea is? It's just people dying in their sleep, and the doctor don't really know how they died. Now, guess what be happening? My mama answering it for me. She know. Guess what happened? These folks be dreaming that they swimming underwater, and they holding their breath in the dream, and they holding their breath in the bed. They die. Guess and how you know they both connected? If you ever had a wet dream like I did and most of you did, you know if you have an orgasm in a dream, you have an orgasm in the real world. Just like right. If I take a piss in my dream, I'm gonna wake up and been a pissed in the bed.
Yes, sir.
So they try to act like it ain't connected, and all these folks dying in they sleep, and the ancestors said these dream worlds are other universes. It's real.
My thing is this, man. Hold on, bro. Let me say this right quick. I'll give it right to you. My thing be this, man. I be so caught in both of the worlds. Like I dreamed one time that my daughter told me she lost her job, right? I ain't talked to my daughter for like 5 days. I said, so did you find another job? She said, no, I'm still where I'm at. I said, I thought you got fired. And she was looking at me like I was crazy because the world started being intertwined together. You see what I'm saying? So I had to basically put the bottle down too. Once I couldn't decipher between both of the worlds, it was kind of weird. But go ahead, you got it, bro.
Hey man, listen, I told you, I had a dream. I had this the only dream in my life where I murdered somebody. And nigga, ever since that dream, I've been feeling like I really did that shit, convicted, like a piece of guilt somewhere in me, ever since I woke up from that dream. So I do kind of believe in these parallel universes where they said this is true because the divine intelligence that's behind this reality, it has to cancel out the laws of infinity and probability. That means for everything that happened in your life, it could have happened an infinite amount of different ways. And if the universe don't cancel out all those probabilities, it ain't infinity. Infinity, by definition, means to lack all probability. That means that infinity has canceled out all probabilities. That means if anything can happen within infinity, it happened already. There's nothing waiting to happen within infinity, because that would say that infinity is lacking something. And this is why the ancestors said that the future already exists, because infinity can't lack nothing, even the future. And so the infinity or God, what we call it infinity, it created the past and the future at the same time.
Hey,
To
Sanchez,
cancel
let
out
me ask you a question.
and us recycling our consciousness through the past, present, and future is incarnating through multiple lifetimes, which is this same life we live in, but it could have happened in different ways had we made different choices. And according to the Hindu, our whole existence is an infinite existence of us reincarnating in this same life, but a different probability till we reincarnated and we have no more regrets. They say if you die with regrets, it continue this cycle. So this is like a fucking like an actor in Hollywood that's rehearsing a script and he's trying to get it perfect. So we have multiple. Let me let LaShawn interject real quick because he
No, no, you go ahead, Sanchez.
No. When I go, I like to go. Y'all go ahead, man.
I mean, I've been waiting.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, then, man. Look, when I was little and coming up, I had wet dreams. Just when I got about to get ready to shoot, I wake up. Okay, same scenario. I could be in shot somebody, or I can be in fell from a cliff or something like that. Right before it happens, I wake the fuck up. What that is right there?
You know
That's
what?
your ass,
Now,
I got something for y'all.
according to the Hindu.
Okay.
Oh well, I was just gonna answer him before we move forward. But go ahead, Bob.
Well, it will cancel out sleep acne for sure. You waking up, you didn't die in your dream, so we'll say you didn't have sleep acne. In my opinion,
it was fear that woke you up.
I wouldn't say it's fear that wake you up.
Fear woke you up.
Nah, it's
I say you woke yourself up.
I
But
would
look,
say that awakening is just a thing of its own.
Right.
It'll sound crazy if I said awakening woke you up.
But that brings
I'ma
me
give
to
y'all
this
a
nightmare.
scenario,
Let me
right?
say this one thing, Bobby. Give it right to you. Swear to God. Swear to God is one thing. It's the nightmare I have, and it has to do exactly with what we saying. I be locked up, right? I'm in the hole, and then I'm dreaming. I know I'm dreaming, and then I wake up, right? In my dream, though, I wake up. So I'm still in jail, and now I panic, and then it wakes me all the way up. And then I look around, and I see I'm in my own house. The shit is so scary.
Oh,
I done
yeah.
had this shit like 10 fucking times.
Listen, Drop. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever went to man? Who is that's saying A and all that? Let them go first. I want all traffic out the road. Go ahead. I don't want to go to y'all. Go. I'm gonna share the mic.
That wasn't me. I'm just unmute. But I've been I ain't I ain't got nothing but a few seconds I wanted to say, because when you said something about like seeing like deja vu, I was gonna say that instead of how they say the Akashic record is recording us, maybe the soul connected to the silver cord or whatever the case may be, is basically writing down or recording what's gonna happen beforehand in the Akashic record. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you a question. We talk about life after death, right?
I mean, life before death, shit. I mean, life before birth.
That's what I'm talking about. You got the hereafter, but we don't talk about the here before.
Yeah, I'm on that line of thinking right there.
Where were you before?
That's good
Same
question,
thing.
Madon. This
Yeah,
what
the
I
same
want.
energy.
Yeah, right. Hold on a second. There's a date for your body, but that ain't a date for your mind or the soul that occupy the body. We all know energy can't be created or destroyed because energy always and always is existed. Energy is what we call in God. It's the thing that was God wasn't created. God is that which creates. So when you have the creator and the creation, the creator is the aspect that can't be created. The body can be created, but the mind can't. The mind is the consciousness of what we call in the soul. It's a little drip of the infinite creator in you. The creator is infinity. And even if you got a little piece of infinity, it's still infinity. So each one of us humans are a little drip of infinity. If infinity is an ocean, you're a drip of infinity from the ocean. But being a drip of infinity, guess what? That still make you an infinite being. When you put that drip of infinity inside of a human body, that's called a soul in a flesh. That infinity will live on, but the flesh won't. What they're telling us is what happened. See, we're not the body. We're the energy that powers the body. We're the thoughts that flow through the brain. Like I said, you can see the brain, but you can't see the mind. We the mind. Now, the crazy thing about being a mind is that at this time on earth, this is where I was trying to go earlier. There's a spiritual war going on earth right now where something called mind uploading is gonna be going on. And that if the mind is the soul, this is what they're calling a rapture. Because they're saying the mind can be uploaded on an AI cloud. And if the mind is the soul, we say that the kingdom of science is Zion. Again, they saying we're gonna achieve immortality by saving humanity. And they talking about saving us like on a computer, like on a hard drive saving. So I'm just trying to keep reinforcing the religious agenda to the end of the world with the scientific agenda. There's a reason why the church and the scientists working together. Their forefathers wrote in all of these religious books that in the end of days would be harvest time. And I remember going to church, y'all, and the pastor would get us so excited about the soul harvest and harvest time. And it really didn't make sense to me, but I knew it was something to be excited about. But think about this. Harvest time is literally a time when they go to all of the souls that they fooled and indoctrinated with stupidity. They go to uploading them souls in computers, like picking corn from a field. You go to take people. We're talking about the folks on earth really have an agenda they want your fucking soul. When they talk about the devil wants your soul, they just ain't tell you that the devil was all the rich people that's ruling the world. Now check this out. The richest people in the ancient world were your pharaohs and your religious piece. And guess what their ultimate goal was? To achieve immortality. That became the goal of all religions. It's so the rich can keep living and the poor, they taking aborted babies, making creams out of the fetuses to keep the rich motherfuckers living longer. So the poor folks live like you probably know a best friend of yours that got shot up before he was 20 something, nigga. Listen, you got the rich folks living old as fuck. Look, these celebrities age slow than a motherfucker because they got expensive creams and shit that's made out of poor people aborted babies and plasma centers and for your blood and shit, nigga. It's like some
Yeah, blood.
vampire
That's it.
shit. Yeah.
That's it.
Go, hey, y'all go ahead.
Sandra
Hey,
Bullock, one of them.
Now got that Kim
Adrenochrome
Kardashian.
shit that
Kim
that
Kardashian be getting
check
that
this
blood
out.
squirted on her face. Be
Our
taking
energy is
blood
the
back.
energy, or like an inner chi, like from the Asian, like what is that called? Like the chi.
Chi.
You know what
Inner
I'm talking
chi.
about?
Yeah,
She
chi.
gone.
So
She
Energy,
gone.
energy, same shit.
yeah, we know. We on that.
Energy, same shit. Illuminati representing with that G, the letter G inside of that compass and all that shit. Same shit. Just a little bit for your mind.
I want to say, it seemed like, bro, Sanchez, it seemed like the religion and overall the whole technocracy take advantage of the soul being able to be unaware of itself. And that's like the way, like tricking the soul. Because it's like, if you don't have a mirror, how do you see what you look like? If you grew up in the world, and it's like, that's like the soul. The soul is wrapped in the body. How can the soul see itself within the body? It's looking at itself through the mirror of the physical body, through physical reflections. But it's like being able to be, you could be in a body and forget you have a soul. So it's like, that's the whole concept, like, of being unaware of your soul and not taking care of it, and like the system take advantage of that shit.
Yep. Hey, Sanchez.
Hey, do you think
You listen.
everybody
Hold on.
like but out of like the soul and the separation from the dreams and them trying to throw us into the quantum world, right? These different realities that we experience while we dreaming. Are we kind of like getting a view of other realities, meaning like, I've been shot in the dream before, but haven't, haven't fallen to the ground. You know what I'm saying? I've been shot in the head in the dream before and didn't even instantly wake up. I was kind of like, it shocked me. And I was like, oh, why you shoot me in the head type of thing? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird to explain. Like, we're going to these different realities, but the energy that we're just going in from an observer seat, a purely observer. I think the interactions that happen here on this side is only the things that we control with ourselves, like the wet dream or the pissing on the self. But other things outside of us that interact with us, I don't think they have an effect. We doing it to ourselves. Like if you under the water in a dream and you drowning, if you holding your breath, you will die in the real world. But once you realize, like, yo, I can breathe. Like, what am I? You see, I'm under the water, but just breathe. You know what I'm saying? Or just, I got shot, but just get up because this ain't really your reality.
Yeah, that's lucid dreaming. Yeah, lucid dreaming is when the dreamer is aware that he's dreaming. You know what I mean? Like, because a clock never works in your dream. Shit like that.
Hey, Bobby, ain't there some movies and shit too? What you talking about? That should be in movies and shit too. Motherfucker be.
Well, I know this.
Yeah.
Like a lucid, like for instance, when I lucid dream or anytime I become cognitive in the dream, it's after like something happened in the dream that made me realize, oh, this is a dream. You see what I'm saying? It could be a building falling on me. It could be, a monster jumping out the cloud. It could be, and then it's like that initial shock won't wake me up. It'll make me be like, oh, I'm in a fucking dream. What the hell going on?
Let me take over this shit. That's how I go.
But I can't control the dream. I can only control myself within the dream.
Yep.
Like the shit that's happening
So
still gonna happen.
You
It
can
just
switch
don't
up the
affect
dream.
me.
Like with exercise, basically,
Hey,
that
watch
kind of
this.
mental exercise, you can
Watch
control it.
this. I think I know what he's saying. Come on. Listen, I remember when I was a little boy, that was when I was like, and I talked to a witch at a crystal shop because I had astral projector before, went out the body. But check this out. I know there's a other side and that there's life after death because I consciously astral projected and did this ritual to go out my body. But let me show you something. When y'all was little, you would be in these nightmares. And when you in the nightmare, you'll know you dreaming. Now, I don't know if this was just me, but maybe it's just me. When I was
Nope,
little,
I know where you going, Sanchez.
man, I remember being little and having these nightmares, dude, of these hideous motherfucking creatures. I still remember what they looked like today, dude. Let me share something with you. I remember, and my mama can tell you, getting up, going to get in the bed with my mama in the middle of the night, nigga, and shit like that. Now, check this out. In those dreams, I would know that I'm in a nightmare. I would know, oh shit, I need to wake up and get and be in my bed. And you know what I would do in the dream? I would ball up in a knot, no matter where I was, and get that'll always teleport me back to my bedroom. I swear to God, this may sound crazy to
Damn,
y'all,
Sanchez.
bro.
You want to know what I would
When
do,
I was
bro?
a child in a nightmare,
wow.
I would get in a fetal position, and I would always wake back up in my bed, bro. And that showed me
bro,
something
That's your
about
portal, Sanchez.
it's a port, right? It's like
Guess what
portaling
my portal
technology.
was? I would always have to find a cabinet. It don't matter if it's like it could be like a cabinet that's like a cabinet above a kitchen sink cabinet or something. It's like whenever I find that monster
But
and
guess
realize
what?
I'm in a dream, I'll find a cabinet and jumping in that cabinet away. It's
And
weird.
guess what though? When you get in the cabinet, you gotta ball up. I'm gonna show you something.
Right.
Watch this. When you was born on this earth, you came here in a fetal position, balled up just like that. The name of the most ancient god in religion was called the god Baal. If you look at everything in nature, it comes in a ball, but we call that a seed though. You know what I'm saying? Now watch this shit up. If a
Like
bunch
how?
of watch this though. If a bunch of niggas started jumping on you right now, guess what you would do? Ball up in the same position you was as a baby in your mama belly. That's the most protected position. And right there, it's protecting your most vital organs and all that. And that right there is what they call the Fibonacci spiral that you balled up into. And that's what the Mayans said was the Tasmanian devil. Like this, if you look at what your body's shaped like, it'll be like a 6 and a 9 together. The yin and the yang. So right. And so the whole thing I'm saying about that, y'all, is that position, like Bobby, I think he just said, that's a portal type position to where the portal is a vortex. So anytime I felt endangered, like a turtle going in its shell, because they used to symbolize the soul as a turtle. And the reason they did it, because when a turtle go inside of its shell, is like you going in that fetal position. Or you know, in the video game Sonic the Hedgehog, that's what he balling up like when he going supersonic. But see, in a dream, when you ball up like that, you literally go supersonic. You break the sound barrier, and you teleport back to this universe. The ancestors said dreams were real universes, and because we ain't just got one life, that you were born more than one time, and that just like every time I dream, my mama is in all of them dreams. My daddy there, it's just a different alternate world though. It's different though. The situation different. And that's again the ancestors said a universe canceling out all the laws of probability. So listen, they said your daddy shot out like a trillion amount of sperms, but only one arm survived to make it here. The ancestors say a different story. The ancestors say every single infinite amount of sperm that your dad has shot out is a different version of you born in a different universe. And that them other sperm cells landed in other parallel universes, and that's the version of you that you go to when you dreaming. That's why you don't take this body to the dream. It's already a body for you over in that other universe. And just so that's when Jesus said, in my Father's kingdom are many mansions, and I'm going to prepare a body for you in heaven. That come from this ancient science about what we are, man. We got many mansions in our father's and mama's kingdoms, because your mama gave birth to you in this universe and in all of the infinite amount of parallel universes. That's why when you dream, if I say, show me your mama, it's the same lady in this world, but she different, just like you different in the dream. All of us exist in all of these parallel universes that connect the past and the future, which is why the ancestors say you will always be reunited with your dead loved ones. In other words, check this out. All of your dead loved ones that died before you, according to the Maya, they already into a parallel universe that you finna be born into, and they gonna always be ahead of you. Like people that's, for example, you got somebody pass away. They already born into a parallel universe and waiting on, and you're gonna be going for the people that was ahead of you in this life. This is why they said no parent should bury their child. You see, because that's like, think about this, right? Our consciousness is different than our avatar, which is the body. Our consciousness can be in one of these bodies at a time. So when it's in this body right here that's talking to you, if I go to sleep, I can be in a dream where I could be in another version of myself, talking to another version of my brother, walking down the street of another version of my neighborhood, with another version of my best friend. And in this universe, he didn't die. Or in this universe, the ancestors said all of these parallel universes are existing at the same time. And anytime you die in one of them, you just slip to the next one. Like when you go to sleep and start dreaming. And you don't know that you dreaming, though, till you wake back up and be like, man, I was in it. You know what I'm saying? And they saying that's what sleep is. Slipping, sleep, slip, sleep, slip. And it's saying that we basically interdimensional infinite beings that's progressing through parallel universes. Yeah.
All right, Sanchez, what do you say to people that hasn't dreamed in a long time? What do you say? What do you say about that?
Well, here's the truth about dreaming. We dream every night. We just don't remember it every night. So every time you dream and you remember the dream, you lucky. We do. See, here's the thing. I want to answer your question so that you understand it, right? Because I totally had these questions y'all got, and it led me into a depression shit where I went through a bunch of different trying to find myself. But check this out, right? Here's the question you're asking. When you have deja vu, every time you have deja vu, it's when the shit has already happened. What if you was able to catch your deja vu before it happened? Guess what people in the world will say? You're a fucking prophet and a god because you predicting the future. But it just so happened we just always a second late with our deja vu. Now, you asked me a question. You said, what about people that never dream? We always dream, we just don't remember it. And what I'm telling you is it's a gift of remembering your dream, and every dream that you remember, you should be happy for that.
I asked you, what do you say? What do you say to people that haven't dreamed in a long time?
I know that's what I'm about to go to now. Check this out.
Go ahead.
It's like the same thing I tell a person that says, why can't I call out my deja vu before it happened. Now, the ancestors were so good at what you asking me that they were called prophets. They were worshiped by these pilgrims who turned their gifts into gods and different creatures that's, you know, where we worship today, but that's really us. We had them gifts. So one of the gifts we had was the time travel. And when we told these pilgrims that we can time travel, they would hang your ass on a tree and say that's blasphemy. No man can say that he can time travel. What do you niggas mean that you got all of these? See, they had the guns, we had the mind shit. Just like today, we the most religious people. Only thing I'm telling you is this right here. There are gifts that we had that we lost as slaves. And one of these were very advanced spiritual gifts, man. Listen. We calling our ability to time travel and see the future deja vu. Just because they named it out to some French voodoo shit that's trying to link it to a mystery that modern science can't comprehend when they totally know why we have deja vu. Because the future has already happened, bro. The future already happened. That's why you can see it in deja vu. Now, the answer you, check this out. When you go to the future and see the future and come back to the present, you don't remember it because it ain't happened yet here. So when it happens here, that's when you call it. So you're asking me, what do I say to people who don't dream that much? I'm telling them, you dream every night. You just don't remember it. Just like the man that visits the future every day, but he don't remember it, but every blue moon, and he call it a deja vu moment. What if I told you you have deja vu every day? It's just a rare occasion where you remember it. They have fucked with the part of our brain that's responsible for memory.
Well, that would be water. Yeah, that's the water, because you know, MEM means water. So water holds memory. That's the literal reason our brain has the functions and powers it does, because it's 80% water.
I ain't gonna lie, the way you came in after that brain shit was epic. I gotta drop a bomb.
Exactly.
I was just saying, that nigga came right. He didn't miss a beat. That nigga said, nigga, because the brain shit and that shit, you right. They say it's over 90% water.
Yep, it ain't nothing else.
Like you broke down in your previous lectures about the brain being the labyrinth and the maze. It's like your brain is what's working against. It's like the trap door and the luggage that your soul is locked inside. And it's like when we dream, it's like, what if the ancients and all that art is telling you, you got to go back through the maze of your mind every time you come and go.
Man, that's it, bro. Listen, they said that, look, they said that in science, and y'all can look this up, the neural activity is the most important part of your brain. And you know what? That ain't even physical. The neural network in your brain are like a highway system of lightning strikes. That's pure electricity. And when they say that the brain is over 90% water, everybody know if you throw a TV in a swimming pool, the electricity gonna shock everybody in the water. It's gonna be, the water gonna act like a highway to allow the electricity to go from where you drop the TV at all throughout the pool, nigga. So if your brain is mostly water, which they say, and the neuron highways is something that we can't look at it, like when we say we can see the brain, but we can't see the mind. That'll be like saying I can see the swimming pool water, but everybody in that swimming pool that just died from that electricity, we didn't see the strikes in the water. We just saw folks doing a Harlem Shake and foaming at the mouth. You see what I'm saying?
Can you pull up some videos with the neurons under the microscope? It's pretty trippy.
Bro, Sanchez, I was just gonna say, like, don't our stomach have a mind of its own?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, your first brain. Your stomach is literally the first brain. That's why it looks, just
Yeah,
like the brain does.
that's right. The ancestors said the stomach is the first brain. You
Yeah,
have
because it literally got neurons.
yeah, you got 7 brains, and that's why they say you can think with your penis or your vagina. You could guess what? You could think with your stomach. You could think with your heart and with pride. You can think
Yeah.
with your mouth. You see these 7, like
You
they
could be
said.
talking out the side of your neck.
Right, like
That's
think
for real.
about this. It have been decisions I made in my life that ain't have shit to do with my mind. It was just some butterflies in my stomach, and I said, okay. So you can think with your stomach. That's right. That's why they say it's a 7-headed dragon, and that's that 7 chakras. Yeah, you gotta master each one. Right.
That's
Man, that's powerful,
that's a
man.
new that's a new thing right there. But let me ask the panel this question. Sanchez, anybody on the panel.
Mm-hmm.
What do y'all think when Bruce Lee said, "Be water, my friend"? What do y'all think about that?
When Bruce Lee said be water, he said whatever problem presents your ass, adjust to that problem.
That's real. And that's what water does.
You gotta know how to be like. That's basically like saying be a chameleon. Like a water will fit the shape of any container you put it in. That mean that container could never be a prison cell for water. It can only be a mold for it. Think about that.
Yeah, you can't contain water. Like water will make its way to the outside of any cup you put it in. You feel me? That condensation or whatever. Like, and bro, and in its natural state, water is actually a solid.
Because when Bruce Lee said be like water, he's saying if you like water, what he's saying is stay liquid.
Be able to adjust to anything.
What Bruce Lee saying is that water will find its way out of anything. It'll find it. You can trap water, but not for long. Water find a little crack in any weakness that you got, water gonna find it and exploit it over time, and you will have a leak in that weak part. You can't trap water if you ain't perfect. And guess what? None of us perfect. So guess what? You just can't trap water. Bruce Lee said be like water, and that's what he was saying. You can't put water in a prison cell, it'll flow out. You can't put water in handcuffs. See, the part of us that's like water is the soul. That's what Bruce Lee was said, be like water. He was saying identify as the soul and not the body. This is why the gods that we worship them because these gods are resembling what we are. These gods didn't really care that much about their body. They was kamikaze. For example, Christ didn't care about going on the cross, being tortured, or none of that. What he valued, what he was saying was my soul, man. Long as they can't fuck with that, I'm good. Now, guess what you got to realize? When these pilgrims and shit was coming over here trying to enslave our indigenous ancestors, they was torturing them and shit. They was burning them alive, nigga. Some of the most hellish shit you can think of torture, it happened to folks, my nigga, in this world. And guess what? When it's like that, you got it. Guess what that means? Our ancestors were saying, dude, they was basically going into a trance-like state to escape this torture, to where that's why we can dream, go out. They call it an OBE, out of body experience. The slave magic was really that the slave could go out of his goddamn body. When he was caught by the slave master, he would go into a fucking trance-like state. They would say, what the fuck is happening to this nigga? And guess what they figured out? Them slaves was going out of their body, going into a vegetable-like state and going into another universe, nigga, like when we dream, because they knew that basically the slave master was torturing a vegetable. The person who was in that body, they didn't feel none of that pain. Now, if you go read some of these slave masters' diaries, they'll tell you some magical shit that them slaves was doing, dude, that they don't teach you about today, nigga. And one of the things, and you can research this shit, they call it quaking. These slaves was going out. If a slave got caught, he knew he was finna be tortured so bad. When they was marching him back to the place where they was gonna torture him at, they'll be like, why is this nigga shaking and he tripping? The slave know that his punishment gonna be so bad that nature put a built-in mechanism in us, nigga, to make you not put so much on you that you can't bear. And they wrote that in their Bible, nigga. The slave master studied us and said these motherfuckers are a freak of nature. And they put in a Bible everything about us, about God. That's really us. Guess what? Guess what, dude? When the pain got too much for Jesus on the cross, he went out his body. That's what I'm telling you. These folks said, we got to create another way. Because everybody know a prisoner of war, if you can't torture him, them folks going to always win on y'all. Intel is key. If you can't torture a soldier, because the soldier ain't even in their body, nigga. If you torturing that body, ain't nobody in there. That's a vegetable. That's just like if you go to the hospital, if somebody a vegetable, you can burn them and all that. You can cut them. They don't feel that shit. The nature is so awesome that when the slaves was getting caught and about to be tortured, they can just escape and go and they can run out of their body into a whole nother parallel universe, nigga. And the slave master be mad because he can't, it don't matter now. You torturing a vegetable. He don't feel that. So guess what they did? So guess what they did, bro? They had to take that, they took that gift away from us. They took that gift away from us, nigga. Now when we go out of our body, it's when we dream, and we don't even try to dream. Everything we do, we had control over it. Even when we dream when we wanted to and when we didn't want to. This part of us that we call a mind, we had mastered. That's what I'm telling. We have mastered that. This shit is deep.
So glad I'm open-minded, man. If you say that shit to them pro-black folk, they'll cut your ass out, Sanchez. Well, I'm glad we open-minded over here, man.
We got paradoxes too, though.
Guess what? And the same shit I just told you about the slaves.
Yep.
Guess what? They telling you the same story in the Bible. They saying when the world gets so fucking bad that is no longer bearable, Christ just gonna come back and snatch your mind out your body, and you meet up with him on a cloud in a rapture in a new body in a new parallel universe called a new Zion. They took real shit like dream worlds and deja vu and shit. Like if you was born in an ancient world with them Indians, black folks on this land, like in they call it voodoo. But what they call voodoo, it scared them that we knew about the dream world. We knew about deja vu. And I ain't trying to pull no race card, but the Europeans that we call pilgrims that was on your oatmeal box, the dream world and all that shit was a mystery to them. They still studying that now. A motherfucker with a bone in his nose would eat a handful of mushrooms and you will have a trip out of your body into different worlds, nigga. And this was new to the pilgrim. So what I'm saying is like, when they came in contact and what we was doing, they turned it into mythology and religion to say, yeah, when shit gets so bad on earth to where the saints can't bear it no more, Jesus just gonna make them escape by making them run where? Out of their body, where? Into a parallel universe. There was a science to this before it became a mythology.
So with paradox, it means it's two of the same soul in the same parallel universe.
That mean that they lied to you There's more than one universe. Our ancestors said that nature or God or whatever you want to call it, the divine intelligence, the shit that tell your soul to scab up without you asking it to do it, right? This intelligence that's in the dirt that tell a watermelon to become a watermelon seed plant or whatever, it's all around us. That's God. And what they were saying is that this source has rules. And one of the rules is that it must maintain a law of infinity. And the law of infinity says anything that can happen has already happened. Otherwise, infinity don't exist. And we know infinity exists as we wouldn't have a soul. In other words, the part of you that you call a mind, everything already happened in that dimension. For example, if I come out with a new invention called a motorcycle, no one never invented this thing called a motorcycle on Earth, right? In my mind, the motorcycle already exists the moment I conceive of it. But I gotta go and recreate it in the earth, though, for everybody else to see it. Because when I try to explain to them what's in my mind, they like, what are you talking about? But where that motorcycle exists in my mind is a future universe where the motorcycle was already invented, and all the people in this world that don't understand that idea, they exist in that universe and they totally understand it. But in this universe, it hadn't made it here yet. Just like with deja vu. In deja vu, your mind literally leaves this universe and it goes into a future universe and it sees the future. Then it comes back here. And when it gets back here, the future ain't happened here yet. So think about it. What if your mind can come back here from the future and say, man, I just left the future. Guess what's about to happen? I can tell you. The only way you can do that when you get back here is wait on the future to catch up to this universe. You're in a yesterday universe. In other words, there's a universe that's ahead of us. And the universe, hey man, let me do something real quick. Show y'all something how I do this thing. I don't play no games for real. So what I'm saying, right, in a future universe, you already did it. There's a universe right now where everything you gonna do a week from now, you exist in next week. Next week already happened. Next year already happened. But where your consciousness is at, is in a particular universe that's not at that point in time. In other words, the ancestors said, there's a universe where you just woke up this morning, today. And there's another universe where you just turning 10 years old. And our mind is recycling through all of these points in the past and the future. And because of that, that's why we say history repeat itself. Because time is a circle, not a line. That's why you have deja vu, because you remember the past just like the future. So once we start waking up to this, our mind will match our awakening to these particular universes. Think about that. Every time we reach a new paradigm and awakening, we're ushering in a new universe where that version of us. In other words, when you go to the future, you see the future. But when you come back to this particular universe right here, the future ain't happened yet here. So when the future happened here, guess what you say? Oh, I remember this. Guess what that proved? That even though the future hasn't happened here yet, the future can happen in you. Proving what? That we're time travelers. Now, they laughed at our ancestors for saying that. They put them to death. And they just now admitting it today with all their science that they right. And they saying we're going to achieve time travel by 2100. I'm preaching today to show that Everything we think, my nigga, about our reality, we gotta think deep about it. Like we gotta question dreaming, deja vu, and all this shit, man. You should not be having deja vu, man. The average person don't think about that. There's no fucking way you should be seeing the future, man, if it ain't happened yet.
Hey, bro, Sanchez, I want to see, have you ever heard of tachyon particles before? These are particles that
I have, but I heard scientists use that word, but I didn't look up what it means.
Oh, okay. These are supposedly particles that scientists and even at CERN that they're messing with that are theoretically or observably they so many seconds ahead or microseconds ahead in the future. So there's literally
Right.
something that they supposedly able to
There you
physically
go.
observe that's you know what I'm saying, so many micro or milliseconds in the future. And they playing around with that shit as a
So the tachyon particle is their way of just saying a future universe. Gotcha. They've been doing that. They've been
right.
basically coming back and saying all the shit we laughed at about them jungle people who was in the jungle with the bones and the plant skirts on, and they was telling see, these folks thought they were so smart with technology, but they technology couldn't give them the answers of the spiritual world. Now the people who was tapped into the meditation and all that, they was more advanced spiritually. And they went to war with the people who had the rifle. They didn't have technology and the big technology. So they lost the physical war, but they never lost the spiritual war until now, where the people who have studied us, they realize we've been winning because we spiritual. And now they found out how to engage spiritual warfare on the masses. And that's what they call Armageddon, a spiritual war that would take place on earth in the end of days. And all the technology they got now, it's about the out of body. And that's what I wanted to bring forth with this, because that's the whole spiritual warfare with, rich folks wanted to achieve immortality. But if I'm a rich man and I got a slave, then in order for me to be immortal, guess what else I'm going to need? An immortal slave. I'm going to need the soul of my slaves too, to be servants, even in this other universe, parallel universe. And that's where we at with it. So in other words, with the law of probability, there's this heaven is a universe where all of the good probabilities played out in our reality. And we're going to keep cycling through universes till we get to that one. And when you get to that one, you can no longer be born again into the lesser ones, because heaven is basically the way out of the cycles of reincarnation according to the Hindu. We're all fallen angels. And your life and death is a cycles of reincarnate. Death is a punishment of us being these, whatever we were before we became humans, we were more advanced. Like the sperm was more advanced than a human. Whatever you were when you was this creature of light or whatever, yeah, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? The part of us we calling the soul is way more smarter than a part of us that's made out of bones and flesh. Like I said, if an inventor think of an idea of his mind, that idea is perfect already in his mind. But when he try to make it with his body, he got to go through months and months of money and training and experimenting to get that idea manifested. The root word of manifested is man, because man is a interdimensional creature that connects the spiritual realm with the physical realm. Your thoughts don't exist in the physical realm. Your thoughts exist in alternate universes, and you manifest your thoughts in this world. It's because you are a fucking living tool that was made by the creator to connect the different worlds together. That's what the human are. And when we realize what we are, you'll see, man, it'll make you feel goddamn good, because that's you'll realize you're some advanced technology. And you're the most advanced technology in the think about it. Humans use calculators to calculate, but nigga, we made the calculator. We can create things that can do things even we can't do. That's powerful. Think about this, right? When the human realize that we are demigods or interdimensional beings, as nothing like us in the universe, you are a hybrid in between spiritual and physical. You're both. You're the mind and the body. When you understand how advanced that is and unlock this multi-dimensional ability, we become something that, like MC Hammer said, can't touch this. You can be, like, think about this, right? They saying in the future, you don't gotta go to the Bahamas. You can just put this helmet on and upload your mind to the Bahamas and be in your living room, but walking around the Bahamas out of your body. Guess what? That's what dreaming is. We
Like the
already
Sixth
did that.
Sense.
Yes, we had control over that. We would say, look,
Right.
wherever we want to be, we can close. That's what meditation was. And now we going back to all of that, but it's with technology, though. It's with
My
technology.
bad, y'all.
That's why I
My
was
bad.
saying like the
My
Sixth
bad.
Sense. Salute to brother Sanchez. Like, so, hey, brother Sanchez, you ever seen that movie Get Out?
I saw the movie Get Out, and yeah, he's telling you a lot about on that movie. In the movie Get Out, he's telling you about this dark space that they can put your soul in. The ancient Hebrew called it Sheol. They didn't talk about a place of fire. They just talk about a place where it's just darkness forever. And that would be like going to sleep and not dreaming, but not waking up. Just darkness. Remember the movie Demolition Man, when they put Wesley Snipes and them to sleep for like hundreds of years, and they woke them up later in the future, and they were like, how long I been asleep? That's what I'm telling you. They can do that because like I was saying, I had a dream. Me and my brother and my cousins would walk to the store in the dream. Now, I woke up when we got to the store. Now, the walk to the store was only 10, 15 minutes. But when I woke up, 8 hours sleep had passed. So that's what I'm telling you about time traveling. Something that took 10 minutes in a dream can be a year here. So,
Bro.
So
yeah,
like that's saying like basically time
yeah.
here on Earth is
Man,
different
let me,
from in
let
the
me,
spiritual
yeah,
realm.
yeah.
So time, right?
The Mayans said, your whole lifetime ain't nothing but like a second on a real universe where our real souls at. When they said man fell out the Garden of Eden, we fell into parallel universes where all of these bad probabilities are playing out. The ancestors said we're in hell right now. They didn't have a place of fire. They said earth is hell. And all of your turmoil is happening here. All of your hardships and all that happening here in a form of karma, in the scenarios where you may be in situations where you saying why shit just ain't happening. They're saying there's this alternate universe where in that universe everything is happening perfect in our life, but we fell from that heaven that call that Eden. So that's why we have deja vu. What the ancestors is saying,
The Nephilim.
they saying there's an infinite amount of universes. And if you split infinity in half, and half of these universes, all of the good probabilities are playing out by infinity. There's an infinite amount of ways by which your life can go good. There's an infinite amount of ways where we can say that was a good life. and the ending of it can be different, an infinite amount of different times, and it can still be a good ending. Also, in polarity, that can be a bad ending. And that bad ending, it can be an infinite amount of bad scenarios. The ancestors said hell is you being born into a universe, and in that universe, the bad probabilities are playing out, and ain't nothing you can do about it because it's already written in that world. Just like when you dream, you in a whole nother universe, right? I can't walk up to you in that dream and be like, hey man, you dreaming. You just fell asleep in another universe and you in a dream. You'll be like, get this crazy man out my face till you wake up. That's the ancestors said in that dream world, you got a whole nother history. It's a whole nother you and a whole nother version of your family and your brother and everybody. In that dream, you gotta, if I ask you in that dream what hospital you born at, it'll be a different hospital than this world. So what if you wake up in this world and you tell your mama, hey mom, I had a dream in this another universe. I was born at a hospital called such and such. Your mama be like, that's crazy. That's some crazy shit. Guess what though? The ancestors said we were born more than once. And the concept of being born again and again and again was taken by the church. But before that, the ancestors said the universe does everything by infinity. So when you were born in one universe, you were born in all of them, like a mirror house effect. When you walk in a mirror house and your image is reflected and doubled on and multiplied on the walls. These are what the dream worlds are. These alternate universes that's reflected out from the true self. So
Yo, brother
this shit
Sanchez,
is deep.
what
What
do you
we
think? What's your take on like communication and dreaming? When you dream, like, cause some people dream and then like for example, I have a dream and then like I could be flying or whatever, but like communication is kind of limited. Like it's only certain people that I can see, like only like certain things that I can see, and like, but then I have a dream. For another example, I have a dream where it'll be like somewhere I ain't like for real, like how you talking about everything like now, like a whole different, like, and I'm like, where I don't even know where I'm at. Like I can't talk to nobody, but I feel good though. I'm cool. I'm chilling.
okay?
Like
So what you want? What was your question?
my question is, what's your take on communication in like the dreaming realm? Like, do
I
you
don't.
think that?
So communication in the dream world is different than here. If you're in a dream and you know you dreaming, communication ain't gonna be verbally. It's gonna be more like telekinetic. I've experienced that. But if you're in a dream and you really think the dream is real, you're gonna be talking. They call that Babylon. Babylon. It's levels to this shit. Like if you ever lucid dream, meaning when you dreaming and you know that you dreaming but don't wake up and you just playing around in the dream, you don't gotta talk no more. You can fucking just inject your thoughts into motherfuckers and they know what you mean. You become God. You can pick up oceans and shit in your dream. It becomes crazy. You unlock all of these superhuman gifts at that point. And once you're superhuman, you don't do human shit like talk.
In
Right, you
communication,
like
the
you do things like
majority is
fly, right? You do things
nonverbal.
like fly, right? You do things like fly.
So
If you take a
the thing is, everybody like to say you can fly in a dream. And to me, that's childish. Cause think about this. I like to fly in dreams. I like to have dreams where I'm flying, and my moms have them too. We all fly, and that's fun. Now, and guess what? People like to bring that up because that's fun, right? In a dream where you fly. Now, guess what? In the dream, nothing teach you how to fly. You just know it. It's almost like we're angels in another. See, it's a part of us that already know how to fly. Now, check this out. Here's the kicker. We don't even gotta fly when we realize what we really are. In our dreams, when we got wings and we flying, I swear that's just for fun only. Cause guess what? When we really
I agree though.
watch this though, when we really unlock what we really are, you won't even have to fly from point A to point B. You can just teleport there. You.
That
Facts.
makes that
I
makes
agree
sense.
with that. That makes perfect sense in my opinion.
And when you say talking, just speaking like we speak with our lips and words, majority of communication, even in a human communication class, they'll tell you majority of communication is nonverbal. You know what I'm saying? So talking like we talking might actually be the lowest form of communication that we are capable of. You know what I'm saying? If we got telekinetic and can transport thoughts mentally to each other, because we thought to make technology to do that shit. So you know what I'm saying? Of course, if we can think it, of course, that's a natural, part of what the human capability.
Like looking at a person, like you could just look at a person and kind of tell their feelings, even though you don't know, even though you ain't in their brain, you can't tell a person what they feeling. But sometimes a person could just look at you, you'll be looking at them like, oh, okay, like in a sense.
Y'all communicating, but you're not acknowledging it verbally. You know what I'm saying? But we live
Yeah,
in a society that don't acknowledge them other forms of communication. And what you brought up earlier about
Yeah, I
the Get
think
Out movie, I was gonna say, man, we got a lot of movies and TV shows that are giving us that communication language of the dark space or that negative space that you can either be falling in, or in like the Stranger Things, that girl got the power to walk around in there and communicate with
yeah, that's
people
crazy.
in a different kind of way. So I'm like, it's a lot of TV shows that's giving us the verbal, the visual communication of the concept that there's a blank or a black space that we can go to on the back part of our mind, or something that's with like the back gateway or whatever that's everywhere. The back wall. I'm gonna fall back.
Yeah, I wanted to say too that I believe Brother Sanchez is definitely on to something when you're speaking about something that we have kind of lost is our spiritual connection to everything, and they have figured that out. That's why everything is quantum now. That's why they have these big quantum black cubes and different things now. Because, like you said, Brother Sanchez, they kind of figured it out. Where our power lies, and that's in our spiritual authority, which we do need to take back our spiritual authority that we once used to have, and just reconnect it and started to exercise your spiritual authority. I mean, even the Bible says that he it's a reason why he said he gave us the dominion over the fowls of the air,
Right,
or fish in the
right,
sea. He said
right.
he gave us dominion over this land. So the people that's in power, not supposed to be in power, they usurp the power. They're not even in the real, really the 12 tribes is is
Yeah,
supposed is the
whatever.
12 royal families, but they
Yeah, that's
usurped
it.
the power, and they usurped our authority. And now we to see the problem is we've been focusing all on physical shit. We haven't been focusing on anything spiritual. So we haven't tapped into our power. So we just been a bunch of Clark Kents, no Supermans out here.
Yeah,
So
I
once
agree
we
with
tap
that
into
100%. We so caught up in these, like keeping up with the Joneses. Like we not
yeah,
worried, like everybody want to be wearing chains and
yeah,
having the fly shit on.
yeah.
Like
But as long as
I
they keep
get
us
it.
in the
Like that shit don't make sense. It's gonna keep us in the box.
yeah, as long as they keep us in the physical, they got us. They know that because they know
You
where our power
occupied with
lies now.
you occupied
So
with your meat and not with
soon as
with
we
your
tap
higher
into the
self.
spiritual, it's a wrap, brother, because that takes us. out of the box. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, into their box.
Let me say this.
Bro, we
Yeah.
on that hamster wheel. Bro, we literally on that hamster wheel, bragging about our shoes and jewelry. You know what I'm saying?
Which the physical shit, yeah, that don't mean anything.
It don't mean nothing.
Hey, let me say this 10 seconds. Let me say this 10 seconds right quick. We are 200 likes short. 200 people. If you hadn't hit that like button, please hit that like button. We're 200 likes short. That's what I tried to say earlier. I fall back. Y'all go ahead and get it.
Well, it's over 200 angels that fell though too. So we gotta understand what's really going on, you know.
What's really going on, you know? And the thing is crazy too, you know. I wasn't even going to talk about this, but it had to be a reason. Of course, there's a reason why I just picked up the phone and tapped in to the live. You know what I'm saying? I had a wild dream last night, you know, and I'm gonna just share with you brothers. And I just want to tell me, and listening to Brother Sanchez, it makes a lot more sense now that you are in another dimension. Like it was these three, you know, I would say Caucasian entities, but I don't want to say it was white because it was something different than just white. You know what I'm saying? But that's just the only language I know to describe them. And it was in front of my grandmother's house, right? And I'm in the house, you know, and this is like a screen gate. I mean, not a screen gate, but a screen door. And I'm inside the house, inside the screen door, and inside the house is like it's a sword on the left side, and it's like a machete on the right side. So it's like I already picked up on what these three entities is trying to do, which is breaking the house, you know. And I tell her, and listen, there was no words throughout the whole dream. Everything was telepathic, you know what I'm saying? If it was like a movie, it would be, you know, a bunch of words, you know what I'm saying? But everything was telepathic. I even spoke to my grandmother telepathic, like, I got you. Don't even worry about these motherfuckers. I got you. You know what I'm saying? Telepathic. And she shot back to me like, okay, go ahead. She gave me like the green light. Don't take them out. And I tell you, I destroyed these three entities. You know what I'm saying? And like the dream was over with. You know what I'm saying? So like I understand exactly what he mean by you're actually being in a different dimension, because like I said, everything was telepathic, bro, and it was so clear, so it was crisp, smooth. There was no hiccups. There was no, you know what I'm saying, nothing to make me even think I was in a dream. That's how, like he said, you are another person. You know what I'm saying? You are you yourself. Maybe not. Maybe you're not even another person. Maybe that's just who you really are on
Do you
that,
think
you know,
that
in
if
that
I
other
could
dimension.
interject real quick, do you think that in that dream was you like? Do you think that was more real than your actual reality, but like right now?
At that point in time, it was, because, like I said, it was too crisp. It was too clean. You know how some dreams, you know, it just be kind of fun or funky. Like,
Yeah, you'll forget
no,
about it.
listen, bro, the whole level of everything, and like I felt everything was like at a heightened level. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, bro, that's just like the devil riding your back. You know, they call it the devil riding your back or the witch riding your back. It's really you know, in medical terms, it's called sleep paralysis. You know what I mean? Bro,
Well,
Yeah,
he
I
said
understand.
that he
that
slayed. It
shit,
seems like he slayed some demons, though. I would just
bro,
keep
that
it
shit is
simple.
Yeah,
agonizing.
exactly.
That shit agonizing. Hey, but
That's
hey,
exactly
I
what it
wanted to
was.
say, when you brought up the Nephilim, the brother brought up Nephilim, talking
Yeah, I
about them
did.
descending, you know, talking about them descending. See, I always look at things a little different because I know basically heaven is truly the underworld. You know, the whole idea and concept of heaven
Oh,
come from the underworld.
hold on. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself for that one.
You hear me? So, nah, the underworld, like you had to get your heart weighed up against the feather of truth, or you're not even gonna make it. So obviously, it was not an evil place. What I'm getting at is, I'm looking at it like what we calling the Nephilim, or the 1/3 that was cast out of heaven. They ascended from down below. You feel me? A group of, you know what I mean, people
But
from
then
down.
that you can't say that because it clearly says in the Bible, descended. That's descend. You
Yeah, that's in
can't
English. That's
if
just
you
the
like that.
translation.
This ain't my opinion. This,
No,
like
that's a
what you
translation.
doing
That's a
is putting
translation
words
opinion.
in the Bible. You can't do that, brother. Respectfully.
Bro, that's
Yeah, I
translation.
feel you on that one.
Bro, you cannot rely on no translation then. That's what you need to stop doing, number one. Stop
Wow.
stop translating.
All right, go ahead. All right, go ahead, brother.
Only go back to the original. You know what I mean? Like you got to go back to Aramaic if you're gonna talk like that. You know what I mean?
The original is the Egyptian religion when Anubis weighed the horse up between the horse and the feather. And if your heart weighed heavier than that feather, that sent your ass back down, and you complete it, and you complete it until
Yeah, that sounds like the hearts of a
Exactly.
man, not a feather.
That's
You
that
ain't
goes
Yeah,
back to
and
in the
that's why that
underworld.
goes to what
Bro,
I'm
you don't go
saying.
to the
Like,
underworld if
how
your
could
heart don't
how
weigh up.
could you, like,
Now
respectfully, how
listen,
could you say that, like, angel ascended? Like, oh, so that means they came from hell?
you calling that hell because you got the colonizers, ideology, brother. What I'm telling you is,
I don't know. I don't speak
I
to
when
the
it
think it's
comes to
more
colonizer
like
your
I think
heart,
it's
ideology. Like,
more like what
bro, if your
Sanchez
heart
said.
don't
I
weigh
think it's
up,
more like
bro,
I
if your
think it's
heart
kind
I'd
of
don't weigh
more
rather
up,
the
like what
brother said
Sanchez said.
respectfully, because I
Yeah.
don't understand what this brother is even
bro.
really talking about for real.
Yeah, so let me say this real quick then. Because what I'm saying is, the brother said it wrong. When your heart don't weigh up, you don't get to go to the underworld. You reincarnate. You come back to earth. That's what this is right here. This is hell. So what I'm telling you, your heart had to weigh up to even go. Like even a Tsar, he did all this great on earth. He couldn't even go and be the king of the Amenti until the right rituals was done to his body. So even though he
Hassan
had,
was just here at my crib, like literally. So what? Like, I agree with that first part, but it's like to me, it's like if a person be like, oh, all right. So for example, the Bible says that, the Nephilim, they fell, the giants, they fell. So it's like, to me, you're saying like, oh no, they ain't fall. They just rose up, just like Jesus, right?
they
And
were
the third
cast out of
day,
heaven.
just like
They were
Jesus
cast out
died
of heaven.
when he was 33, right?
Bro, they were
Is that
cast
what you're
out of
talking about?
Oh boy.
Yeah, you was
cast out of
cast
heaven,
out.
bro.
You are, yeah, you feel
Cast out
my
don't mean
energy
you
is,
fail.
yeah,
Cast out
you
don't mean
fought,
you
yeah,
fail.
yeah, okay, I'm
See,
gonna
that's
be
dogma,
quiet.
brother. That's
Yeah,
dogma.
I agree with more the explanation that Sanchez gave. I
Yeah,
do
I agree
believe
with
that
him.
angels was
I agree with
more
Brother Sanchez.
because we have polarity whether we wanted it or not, we would have polarity. So we're going to have that good and evil complex regardless, because this
Either
earth
way it
is
go.
on balance. Yeah, it's all about balance. So
Bro, see,
either
you
way,
thinking
you're
on
going to have that
spiritual
good and
ground.
evil
But
complex.
I don't agree with
Like thinking of the sky daddy,
Nephilim
thinking of
ascended.
living in heaven.
I believe that they descended.
Yeah, that's what I'm
But
saying.
now I
More
fall
like
back.
Nah, they were cast out.
was
They were cast out.
Okay, so if casting out, what does casting out mean?
That
If
means
you
kick
get
your ass
if
out.
you are in chains, hold on, let me finish my sentence though, and then if you can answer that respectfully, like if you, all right, so if you cast out and then you become a chain of the abyss, right, and then you can't be released for 300, whatever, how many
Nephilim,
thousand years, whatever, what we talking about?
bro,
Like,
hell,
so it's like,
bro.
how
Earth
could
is
you
hell.
go? All right, so you go. All right, I agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying,
So
basically, what I'm saying
this
is,
must be the abyss, brother. This is what I'm saying.
Let him finish, man. Let him
well,
finish.
yeah, like in a physical realm, this is the balance of hell and heaven, in my opinion. So like when you say like, oh, the Nephilim, they descended, right? You like, to me,
Ascended.
my point exactly. See what I'm saying? See how I just did that real quick? I just did that real quick, and I'll be quiet.
Yeah, I said they ascended. It's just like the Yakub story. Aren't these people Israelites? Aren't Israelites Jacobites? Isn't Jacob Yakub? Didn't Yakub come from inner earth?
But
You
you're
know,
proving my point. Like I ain't gonna lie to you,
I'm proving
brother. You literally just proved
basically
my
you're saying
point.
it's still
I
basically
just
you
set
saying it's
you up.
still balanced.
are you proving that they come from inner earth? Then y'all proved your point, brother.
I'm not proving anything. I'm just proving what I just said to you. You agreed with me, but whole time you just said that the Nephilim was
And you have also have to think
ascended.
about gravity. You know what I'm saying? So
I don't believe in gravity, but that's
Oh,
a different topic.
God Damn, he said gravity. I'm falling back now.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't even
I
have
don't
to.
believe in
It don't even
gravity.
have
I
to
believe in
be.
mass and density. That's it.
It don't
I
have to
believe that
actually.
something that's
And when I
heavy
say
or light.
gravity, that's just a form to to explain.
Yeah, that's a
Like you said, the
scientific
density.
terminology.
Yeah, I mean,
but
I'm not
It's a
listen,
saying
scientific
gravity.
terminology
just say
of
density
Yeah,
then,
I'm
brother.
just
mass or density.
I'm just
Because
using
if
the
Yeah,
we
like
go
terminology. You
off
ain't
of
got to go.
gravity
because we are
and
way too
Nephilim,
many higher levels
You
than
ain't got to
that.
go crazy, bro. I'm just,
no,
you
no,
know
no,
what I'm
I'm
saying,
saying
using the term
density.
But
explains
then why? Come on,
that's going to
that is
explain
kind of
weight.
low key. That's kind of pun
Density
intentions to the
explain weight, my brother.
platform. Like we don't believe in gravity over here. I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think Brother Sanchez believed in gravity.
You feel? Nah, I mean, he didn't
That's
said
just
it
my
too many
opinion.
times. Like density explain weight, my brother. That's all you need.
Yeah, you ain't gotta
I
say
understand
gravity,
that.
bro.
I understand that. I mean, if you want
See,
me to
that's
say
that
density,
scientific terminology.
gravity is. I
That's
mean,
that goofy
No,
shit to
I
me.
mean,
yeah.
density is the only thing, because if there was a force, common sense, like that's simple math, common sense mathematics. If the force was not about density, then I could get a big ass hollow ball and an itty bitty ball the size of a fucking BB that's so dense, and one to float and one to sink.
Facts.
Bro,
Prime example,
I
like a
understand.
BB and a balloon.
Listen, bro. I understand exactly what you
Hey,
mean.
salute
Like
to
I say,
Brother Bobby.
I was just using a terminology.
No, I get
If
the
you
term,
want me
but
to say density, I can say density. It
yeah,
still won't
because
bother me
gravity
none.
are
You know what I'm
leading
saying?
to
That's more
shit sticking to
knowledgeable. Like
balls.
they
You see what
said,
I'm saying?
gravity.
And don't nothing
Like,
stick to a spherical object. That's why we saying gravity will lead people
yeah.
down a path of thinking that it's a force that's pulling you towards the center of like some mythological shit. Like the
So,
Nephilim
what
and
what I'm
motherfucking
saying,
niggas coming out of Middle Earth with
Because
fucking big
gravity is
head
an
scientists.
actual force that can be
It's all myth,
reckoned
my
with.
bro.
Oh yeah, they fell
Yeah,
out of the
it's all a
sky.
myth. It's
They
all
fell out of the
just
sky, brother.
theoretic.
No, nobody could have
Well,
walked down
we
but
like
I'm
to
the
saying,
do.
earth.
I
what I'm
like to do
saying is,
facts.
I'm not hurt over the theoretics either, but I'm just using it to expound on what I mean. Like, even if we're talking about descending, we could descending. I mean, the word density probably come out of descending. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, bro,
Well,
we
that's
know,
the opposite. Like, come on, like we ain't gotta be like that's simple.
bro, we know
Ascending,
people that lived
descending.
under earth,
That's
bro. But we don't know nobody lived up in the sky.
I'm gonna tell you this: your
yeah, we do.
density
We
determines
do
your
know
destiny. Hold on,
the
listen.
souls live in the
Your
sky.
density determines your destiny. That's why they say be light as a feather. You see what I mean?
I understand exactly what you mean, bro.
It's
Like
that
I said, I
simple.
was just expounding.
That's why
Your
they say get all this
It's
shit up
sharp as
off
a
of you so
whistle.
you
You
can
hear me?
get the fuck up out of here.
What is your descendancy? That's where you descending from.
When you descend, you too dense.
Yeah, that's your dense. That's your
Because you
density.
got
That's
a
your
dent
destiny.
I just
and that's
said,
what I just
Right.
said.
So
Your
that's my
I'm
proven
agreeing
your
comes
with
out of
you.
the
density
word
You can't
determines
tell.
your
salute,
destiny.
Bobby, man.
Can
I'm
you,
about to mute
you
myself.
can't tell I'm agreeing with you?
And this is what I'm saying. Your density determines your destiny.
I'm in agreement.
Got you. But we can't listen. And I ain't trying to this is what I'm saying. I'm only qualifying shit that I can see in operation in nature. For me to argue with you about the Nephilim, we both will have to speculate at that point. But it's things right now that we can come up here and find agreement in because we done all observed it in nature and came to the same conclusions. That's where I be trying to come from.
yeah, but bro, also too, that's not even that's not even the whole point that Brother Sanchez was getting at. I understand what you're talking about with nature and everything that you can see, but we're talking about a whole different level, a whole different
That's still
realm.
nature. Whoa. And that's where we keep getting it fucked up. Because we think that just because, we metaphysical. Guess what's in the word meta? Physical. Everything. Listen, you can't see gas, it still affects you. You can't, everything is physical, bro.
Air.
Stop thinking that just because you get outside the body, your energy still won't be able to affect shit. Niggas, radio waves and shit all around you can't see. All type of shit that's not physical, that's physically affecting you. So we need to get out of this notion that
radiation is
nature and all of this is
everybody.
gonna stop and we gonna get to some another level of physicality or metaphysicality where it's just like beyond just no. Once you into that paradigm, you're just there. Period. Now you exist in that place. You in a different type of physicality. Do you
Hey,
think?
no, brother
But
Sanchez.
what we was speaking of. That's what we was speaking about, right?
No, when you sleep, you go into all these different
Yeah,
realms.
that's
That's
what
why it's
we
called
was
REM, REM. You know what I mean? That rapid eye movement. You go into these different realms when you sleep. So half of your life, you're gonna be in other realms. You're gonna call whatever realm you're in the physical.
And
But
I agree,
trust
we
and
going
believe.
there, but we
Yeah,
going
trust
there
and
in the
believe.
observer seat.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
because
tune
that's
into
that blind eye right there.
tune into the Bobby Knight show for the podcast on this bill.
Oh damn!
I don't know about
I
that.
ain't
Me
mean to
too.
do all that.
Me
I ain't
too,
trying to
brother
do all that. I'm just
Sanchez.
trying to
That's what
build.
well,
we
look,
on right there.
and the thing is, you know, I'm just letting guys build. You know, I don't want to hog the mic, so that's all I was doing. But you know what I'm gonna do then? I'm gonna hit play. Look, we can just finish the rest of this video before we get up out of here. Check this out.
Does this mean for science, and does it mean there is now synthetic life? Dr. Richard Besser is here. Rich.
That's right, Diane. Today's announcement marks a major turning point. Researchers have now created life from non-living parts. They call it a synthetic cell.
So to create a living organism from a bunch of non-living parts is literally the God that they've been worshiping for millennia. And if you want to know about this God in Marvel Comics, it will be Metatron, Captain Planet, where it's basically taking a bunch of things, of non-living things, compiling them together to create this living organism. Think of the basically like Frankenstein or Metatron, or you know what I'm saying? So if you go look
Or a
up
superhero.
So if you go look up the tetragrammaton of Yahweh, that's literally this whole new kingdom that's finna be built on the earth and shit
Sanchez,
like that.
I sent you I sent this video, then I sent another one that showed you how far the synthetic cells have progressed. It's from 2010, and I sent another one from 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Bobby, I need your IG if you got one. YouTube, brother Sanchez. I need to follow y'all too. Poetic brothers.
I'm about to pull up the video you sent, bro, and I'm right after this one. Let me go on expedite this one in.
World-renowned geneticist Craig Venter has been trying to unlock the mystery of life for 15 years. What have you achieved?
Well, we announced today the first synthetic cell. Instead of having a genetic relative that it evolved from.
Now, let me just say this. Whenever these scientists be like, we trying to unlock the mysteries of life, it's just the opposite. They're trying to unlock the mysteries of death, because you can't unlock the mysteries of life by creating false synthetic life. Once you figure out what synthetic life is, you just like the root word of synthetic is sin. We fell into sin by falling into synthetic science and synthetic understandings that was away from the natural God, the natural way of the jungle, the flowers, the bees, the animals. Sin is literally this whole new kingdom they building with synthetic research and shit, GMO everything. So, but my thing is like, when they talking about they trying to understanding life by understanding synthetic cells, you will never begin to understand life by like a synthetic cell is really that's death. You'll understand death that way. So what you'll understand would allow you to recreate that which you understand or lack of understanding. And that lack of understanding, think you're reduplicating what life is. No, you're reduplicating what you think life should be. I might need to repeat that. They telling us they reduplicating what life is. These folks reduplicating what they think life should be. They programming these cells. What you think they've been trying to do to humans for years, program you. They don't want you to have free will. So the opposite of free will would be a programmed human, an indoctrinated human, a human that's born in a world living a bunch of lies. But let's go ahead.
The parent of this cell is a computer.
What Venter has done is astonishing. With just 4 bottles of chemicals off the shelf in his lab, his team replicated more than 1 million bits of genetic code to create a living organism. Here's how it worked. They isolated bacterial cells and removed all of their genetic material, the DNA from inside. Then they took those 4 bottles of chemicals and used them to create new genetic material. They transplanted it into the empty cell. That material, that new cell booted up and began to reproduce. And reproduce 1 billion times.
I think this is the creation of life, and I think it's an
Notice how they never tell you what chemicals. He just said 4
That's what they
bottles of
doing.
chemicals.
They doing they genetically modified our organisms. I did a paper on this. This is how I graduated high school. I swear to God.
I think it's an experiment that shows that life is not a mystery, that it's not some mysterious force that infuses things that makes them come alive. If you put the right genetic message in the right order, put it into the right environment, it will come alive.
But
now wait a minute. I want to repeat everything this motherfucker just said. Watch this.
Experiment that shows that life is
began to reproduce and reproduce.
I think this is the creation of life, and I think it's...
He said, I think this is the creation of life. I repeat, watch this.
It's an experiment that shows...
It's an experiment that shows what?
That life is not a mystery.
That life is not a mystery. What is life then?
That's a mysterious force that infuses things that makes...
There's a mysterious force that infuses things, and they just don't want to call it God. Now, if you niggas, now watch this. Hold on, let me cook.
Our spirit.
Let me cook a minute, right? If you ever wanted to know how God became a mysterious God, it's when science started telling us who and what God was. God was never a mystery to our ancestors. This new God that they got us under today, that just beat your ass, and then when you ask him why, he say, don't ask me shit. I work in mysterious ways. If I want to kill your children, shut the fuck up. No, that's science. That ain't the true God. See, that's the folks that's funding abortions, that's saying, look, we're doing this for the greater good, right? Watch this shit. This man just said, science created an experiment that found out there's a mysterious force that fuses things together. Now, you know it ain't a mystery to them. They just can't tell you science proved the existence of a divine intelligence. Science will never tell you God is real while they waging war against God. Listen to me. Science trying to play. Watch this. Science is trying to play God. And anybody know if I'm faking like a motherfucker, I never want the real thing to show up. Science can't show you that all of their research points to a earth that's been divinely, intelligently orchestrated, and man is waging war against that intelligence. Watch this. Your body can heal itself if we all ate right, but the Food and Drug Administration works together to create our diets and our medicines. I keep telling people in the jungle outlive us. The countries with the most hospitals and most medicines, they still don't live the longest. How the fuck is that true when they tell you people in the jungle don't use soap, they don't wash their hands, they don't do all that, but they living to be 120 some, and the people with soap, lotion, cologne, hospitals, man, you lucky if you see 70.
Because they try to, in my opinion, Brother Sanchez, they try to play God. Like
That's
the
what I'm saying.
scientists.
The first people that tried to play God came to our ancestors and saw them in the jungle and said, y'all need to be cleansed from your filth. And that turned into a religion of you need to be clean by God. You a filthy human. They was talking to us. They was saying, look, y'all ain't got shoes on, your feet dirty. Y'all, but guess what? We was outliving them. We was just in nature, the way nature intended it. They thought that their technology was so good, but as smart as we think we are with all our technology, we dying quicker every generation with so think about this. The more advanced technology we get, the lesser our lifespan is. That's the curse of Eden. It said when we was kicked out of Eden, our lifespans would be shortened. You know why? When we stop relying on God to care for us, we start relying on science and technology. When we was in the Garden of Eden, we didn't need nothing but fruits, vegetables, and the basic shit. We didn't even need clothes. We were basically in a tribal-like jungle state. And then we entered a new kingdom that was under science, technology, and we started aging quicker and all that. Now, if you look at folks in the jungle, they still outliving the most advanced technological folks. So that I always gotta go back to the basics when we look at these kind of videos. They talking about they trying to recreate life. They're trying to recreate and redefine what they think life should be.
The soulless and no spirit, just all parts in combinations, like you're saying.
Right.
It is. They just don't want to give God his credit. That's all.
Science says I can make that watermelon better than nature. Nature put seeds in it. I can make it to where it's a seedless watermelon. And guess what? You ain't getting the same nutritional value. We eat food, but it don't really do nothing for us. Like a dude in the jungle, all of his shit ain't tampered with like how they doing. We're an experiment.
Yeah, it's
Then
sterile.
they double
Like
speak and tell us that them people are noble savages and they living as close to people in the Garden of Eden. But then they turn around and say these are the same folks whose soul we need to save. So they always do that double speaking, just like this guy in this video say, it's not a mystery, but it's a mysterious force. What the fuck are you saying? You saying the same thing twice?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You what the hell?
Well, the question is too, why is the Food Administration with the Drug Administration? Why is the food? Wasn't the Food Administration should be with the technology information? Shouldn't the Food Administration be with the health information?
You got it. That's the fact that
Yeah.
you got a Food and Drug Administration is a conflict of interest. That's
Exactly.
basically what it is.
Damn.
It's basically saying, it's basically all of our doctors saying we don't want to step on the food corporations, and the food corporations saying, well, we don't want to step on the medicine corporations. So when they put both of them together, the Food and Drug Administration, and so they both can say, well, look, as the medicine administration, can y'all give them
plausible deniability?
So basically, what happened is the conflict of interest is this: the drug administration says to the food administrations, "Hey, if y'all really teach them the right things to eat, then they won't buy our drugs because their bodies will be so healthy that the drug administration will go out of business." So the drug administration say to the food administration, can you recommend them at least some bullshit on their diet? And that's why you get a food pyramid that'll have you with milk, cheese, Pop-Tarts, pancakes, and then they'll say that's a healthy breakfast, right? Then what'll happen is the child will eat pancakes, Pop-Tarts, and shit and can't sit still in school. So the drug administration will say, well, now we can give them Ritalin. We can give them this. So now they'll give you the food to make you need the drug, and the drug, and they'll both won't shit on each other. It'll be like they can't work against each other. So they will give us a food diet that will later on put us on medicines. And that way the drug industry don't loot. Because the ancestors said, let thy food be thy medicine. Now, if our food was really our medicine, think about it. Your great-grandma, great-grandfather and them, they didn't get sick like that. And then back in them days when they got sick, they can go pick some shit out the backyard and chew on it and be healed. No cap. That would decimate a drug industry, dude. So they had to make this shit to where If it was no disease, they could sell no drugs. And look at how this country rely on selling the medicines and shit. So all of the infrastructure's got the fuel into the next one. Like they gotta teach you certain shit coming up in school and with the music and with all that to fuel or turn over into the prison industry.
It's coordination.
Right.
Yeah, that's why real food is called nourishment. You feel me? It's supposed to be nourishing. But like you say, the shit we eating is the opposite of nourishing. It's sterile.
Let me say this here. When you start consuming seedless stuff, that means your ass becomes seedless in due time.
You're sterile. Yeah, you're sterile.
Yeah.
Eating sterile food.
Yeah, you right. We are what we
food
eat,
like-
and when we started eating sterile food, humanity became sterile. That's facts. Salutes to Citizen, man, joining. Everybody on the panel, man, salutes to all of y'all. This is a good bill. I'ma fall back.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, you killed that though, bro, Sanchez. Because
That's not even food. That's not even food. They getting away with giving you food like product.
Hey, I was
Salute
gonna
to
say
Citizen, man.
shit, bro. I swear to God, by the FDA, you killed that.
I like what you said, bro, earlier about the how with all these medical and technological advances that are supposed to be geared towards making us live longer, healthier lives, our lifespans seem to be shortening. And that's because this whole system, everything that they push that they say is good for the people in the mainstream is bad for the people. We know that. And after the pandemic in 2020, that really showed me that this medical system is really designed to be a kill grid. Like it's there to provide care and help for people to win the support and the trust of the people. But then when it's time to turn on that kill switch, it's that easy because everybody's going to be lining up to get it. You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what we saw, what we're witnessing now. So, I mean, with all the crooked shit that the corporations and the big industries are doing, it wouldn't be possible without the sheep willing to go along with it. So my question to you, bro, is this: how do we really wake these people up to this? Because there's people out there. The more you try to wake them up, is the more they'll start to hate you. You know what I'm saying?
What I found out, man? When we say how do we wake people up, we saying how do we rattle their cage enough to make them give a damn to speak out about it like us. I realize that because a person can realize what you saying is true, but so when you say how do you wake people up, guess what, man? People wake up in their own time, and guess what? It's just that a person can see what's going on, but it might not sink in yet to make them become as radical or as active as some of us are. You know what I'm saying? And then a lot of people may know what's going on, and guess what? If just think about this, Citizen, man. If I'm a dude that's making 6 figures a year and I work with Microsoft, and I know the earth is flat and all this smart shit that we don't supposed to know, it's at that point where guess what? I'm not going to be on YouTube with a channel trying to make money off that, because you got to think, if I'm working with a big corporation, 6 figures, I'm feeding my family, I may know that shit, and guess what? I can tell it to the world on a low and secret. I could have an organization that ain't attached to me putting it out there some kind of way like that, but I ain't going to risk my, you know what I'm saying? So you do got a lot of that too, to where the people we need to wake up in high places just can't, let's say they can't afford to.
Yeah, so it's a form of enslavement. Because I always say that what they'll do is they'll let you make all this money and live this lifestyle and lock yourself into this kind of lifestyle. So when it's time for you to sell out, now you got to consider, am I going to give up this lifestyle, give up all these luxuries, or just to tell the truth, or am I going to just go along with it and maintain my lifestyle and live in ignorant bliss, so to speak?
Because they think
it's a powerful tool.
Because a brother thinking, look, I've built this my whole life. I built this. I'm not gonna destroy everything I've built. You see what I'm saying? But so if he didn't start off building his shit on, look, I'm gonna tell the truth, then that's where we are today, to where it's a lot of people in key places that with their resources could help the masses, but they ain't nobody else doing it. They live in a community with a bunch of millionaires. They not gonna be the only millionaire reaching out to the poor, trying to speak up against a system that supports the rich and make the poor get poorer.
I agree.
Yeah, let me say this here, man. You got a lot of celebrities and public figures trying to be conscious right now. I ain't buying none of them motherfucker shit, man, because they signed that blood in, blood out contract in the beginning. So when they try to project some
Facts, I
conscious
agree
shit,
with you, OG.
already. So
They jumping in on the wave because they ain't got nothing. Like they wave is over and they trying to like Sanchez. What you doing right here, right now? This is the we tired of looking at fake shit on TV. Like when I sit and listen to
Yeah, this the new awakening.
yeah, man, this is like a common. This is like we at the barbershop or somewhere hanging out or something like that, man. You know what I'm saying? We in all different parts of the world. It be brothers in different time zones, different continents, and calling in like. We done with them celebrities, man, and they trying to stay relevant, and this the new
That's
wave right
just
here.
like, yeah, I feel it like, and a lot of folks may say that we're negative people for that, but I'm with y'all on that. Like, I feel the same way about these celebrities that when we was coming up, they taught us a bunch of bullshit that kept us locked up and realizing why we ain't getting nowhere, because we was really listening to the shit that they was saying, like, I need to live by this street code. The bag gonna come to me one day. Like, bro, we took, you know what I'm saying? Now, look, and then when we go to waking up, and most of they audience that they created go to saying, man, hey, fuck that shit them rappers talking about. I'm grown now. Like, that's dumb shit. I shouldn't have took that shit literally no way. That's just music,
Man,
right? Now, and when we go to doing that, all of them want to be saints now and teaching us about the spirit and meditation. And that's when you say, get the fuck out of here. These folks just don't want to be broke, because guess what? Look, if somebody telling these artists, look, man, you got to grow with your fan base. Your fan base is into veganism.
Right.
Your fan base is into doing the right thing now. So that dope boy talk ain't gonna work now. You growing old,
Yeah, they
Jay-Z.
want
You
them
grow, yeah,
to.
you
They
got
want us
right.
to idolize. They want us to idolize it. The brother Sanchez, you said you know that, but that's what they want. They want us to idolize them and to worship them. But
Because
their whole time
my
though,
thing,
they
my
not
thing,
breaking no bread to their communities. They billionaires and they ain't going to their hoods. And like some of them like try to throw some little like, nah, that ain't enough. If you a billion, if you got $1 billion, and I'm not even doing no complaining or none of that. I'm just saying, just in general, if I'm an artist and I got a big following, and I go back to my neighborhood, or I go to this neighborhood and I rock the show out, and I make 100 a show, or I make whatever a show.
you got
And like if
some,
I'm looking like, come on, break bread to
you
the community.
got some artists that's
Buy some
break.
land.
You got some artists that's breaking bread. You know what I'm saying? But the ones that's pushed to the forefront, they not, man. If you really an artist that's using your money to help folks and give back, your career reaches a certain threshold that it just seemed to just stay there and go no further. I'm telling you right now, put it this way. People may be, a lot of folks mad at Jay-Z because of what I'm saying, right? Jay-Z stopped hanging around Brooklyn niggas and New York niggas. He started having dinners with Warren Buffett and billionaire white boys. You never saw Jay-Z with Beanie Siegel and none of them niggas no more. Once you get invited to a certain dinner, yeah, man, once you get invited to a certain dinner, hey, I hate to say it, but I can't get seen with none of you niggas no more if I'm going to stay at this status. So that's what the hood would say, well, he's selling out, because that means he can't even come back and give back and do none of that. And if he do, he got to do it through a anonymous identity.
But it's a double-edged sword too, though, bro. Because
it is.
Because even the artists that are free to give back, a lot of them, when they try to and they go back to the hood, bad things happen to them. Look at what happened to P&B Rock the other day. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he wasn't really there doing nothing except getting something to eat with his family.
But that's what I'm
that just
saying.
goes to
He
show-
ain't
yeah,
he
they-
ain't
Look at
giving
all
back.
of the
Hold up,
artists.
King. He PNB ain't giving back though. What I'm saying is this right here though. He going back to stun on the hood. That's different. You got a lot of niggas going back with jewelry on to pull places like look nigga,
Well, how about Nipsey, man? How about
Facts, brother Sanchez. That's my point too.
And now let me say
Niggas be
something.
stunting.
Let me answer that, citizen man. Nipsey was in between the two, to where he giving back and he's actually doing some productive, but he's still living amongst a bunch of hungry wolves that he just ain't got enough resources to feed them all adequately. Let me tell you how this work, man, about the hood. If you doing something in the hood and you making money, all the niggas around you are like a hungry dog. And if you hop the gate and it's a hungry dog, you better have some steak. Guess what? You better have some steak to throw on the ground to feed
you gotta
that
feed
dog.
the wolves.
Right. Now check this out. If you ain't got enough steak to feed that many wolves, you shouldn't be in that area. Or you need to have enough steak for everybody to eat, or the people that ain't eat gonna be the one that knock your head open.
Like when you say when the big dog die, who gonna feed the pups? Jada Kiss said that.
And that was Nipsey Hussle fate, just to answer Citizen Man question. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is.
Now I appreciate you answering that. Did you hear the video that T.I. made in response to PNB Rock getting killed? And he was like, he was literally saying black on black violence black on black crime don't exist. Did you hear about that?
A lot of let me tell you,
Pimp is a puppet, man.
That was crazy.
You got
that
a
was
lot
crazy
of
that
folks.
he would even say that.
You got a lot of folks saying black on black crime don't exist, right? And they're getting paid to say that from a whole organization. That's just, that's stupidity, man.
It's just propaganda at that point.
Black on black crime exists, white on white crime, yellow on yellow. That is it. That's a reality. So anybody saying that is a paid
all crime exists.
Paid puppet.
And the crazy thing about it is, coming from somebody like T.I., who got rich off making albums glorifying black on black crime.
Let me tell you
for him
something.
to say that is insane.
Yeah, 100.
I always been going in on I'm gonna tell you something what I don't really fuck with. Real talk. A lot of folks call me a coon for this, but nigga, I'm gonna die a proud coon for this. Guess what, nigga? I don't fuck with T.I. and Killer Mike. To me, that's fake ass government sponsored revolutionary shit. Like T.I. coming out saying I'm talking about black on black crime don't exist. This the same nigga who was putting guns in the hood because it exists. He got busted because black on black crime exists, nigga. If you see what I'm saying? And
your best friend got killed by black on black crime, nigga. And
his best friend got killed by black on black crime. His biggest artist, that's from Montgomery, Alabama, Doe B, got killed black on black crime. And he's sitting up here getting paid to tell that lie in the public. Now, you got to keep in mind now, when T.I. got caught with them guns, he supposed to went down like Young Thug and them on some Rico shit. But guess what?
Mississippi.
Now, guess what? The nigga end up working with Crime Stoppers for a few years, and they smacked him on the
1,600 hours. They gave him 1,600 hours of community service.
Community service.
Like 2 years of probation.
And guess what? Guess what they told him he had to do? Man, when T.I. beat his motherfucking case, damn near over 20 big dope dealers in Atlanta got knocked off. And they said that was on a tip snitching.
That's a fucking fact.
Now watch how crazy this is. When you bring this out though, guess what folks will tell you? They'll say,
no, he ain't do it.
No, hold on. I'm gonna tell you what they'll say. They'll say, so you saying them dope dealers don't supposed to be off the street? You promoting the fuckery? No, I'm glad. No, that I'm saying I don't give a fuck. I'm just saying Tip supposed to be such a gangster nigga and all that. But when he go to get caught up with them folks, what we know is these folks can make anybody bend over and cough. They did it with Tekashi. They can make the hardest nigga go to talking, spilling his guts, and your favorite rapper ain't an exception. niggas be starstruck, think they favorite, and they'll cover it up because you know they don't want to taint his image. He gotta still look like a street nigga to sell records, so they'll make it like, you know, T.I. doing a good thing for America. Guess what, nigga? T.I. had a article front page in a Time magazine. Guess what the title was? America's favorite gangster. Why would they give him that, dude? And that was when he was snitching and shit. He was getting niggas knocked off. Okay.
T.I.
Go to American
is
Mafia
the
Gangsters that snitch.
look. T.I. is the rook.
Hey.
T.I. is the rook on the elite chessboard. If you know how the
Yo.
rook move on the chessboard, that's T.I. T.I.
And
is
then
the rook on the chessboard.
Yo, you know what's funny? I just thought about something. Every single movie glorifying like some historical gangster figure that really existed, it always involves some level of snitching. Yeah, ever notice that?
Man, you just
Watch
said
how they
some shit
trip,
I
bro. How
ain't
they
think
trip.
about, bro. All of America's favorite gangsters was snitches working with the feds. He just said some real shit. I gotta
Frank
drop a
Lucas,
bomb
Nicky
on that.
I've been
Barnes,
saying that for a minute. What's good,
But look,
everybody? Much love
now check
from
this
the
out though,
OG
bro.
Grand Rising.
And Citizen
Facts,
Man,
OG.
here go the coldest part about that. Niggas will say, yeah, because we supposed to be like the Italians and move like the mob. Then when you look at them niggas is snitching and telling on each other.
Oh man, talk about it.
So it's like, how you go look down on what you do, glorify another culture and say, yeah, we should be more like them. And then you see Fat Tony and all them like, nigga, look at Goodfellas, look at Casino, look at any mob movie that come out. All that shit get brought down by a nigga that don't want to go to jail and to snitch on the whole family.
And they always want to tell their story like oh, my movie, my book deal is my retirement plan after this life. You know what I'm
gotta
saying?
ask this question. When Murder Inc., I think No Limit, come on, we bring it up all the time. They was gonna start a black distribution company. Murder Inc., it was I think Master P and all the blacks was gonna take over the music industry. Guess what, nigga? The feds raided Murder Inc. and that broke all that shit down. And guess what? Whoever told on them niggas ended up being the next big labels. That's how I think this game go. Like on a slave plantation.
I think Jay-Z,
I
in
think
my opinion.
just like on a slave plantation, right? On a slave plantation, if you got intel that some slaves plotting a runaway, and you give it to massa, that nigga gonna have you living good. See what I'm saying? And I think that these industries set up the same way. Like, look at how everybody threw Bill Cosby under the bus. You went from black folks worshiping this man to Hollywood can snap their finger and create a cancel stick overnight to make everybody that supported you say, fuck you, nigga. And it don't matter how real the shit can be or none of that. Everything, your whole legacy will be good. Nigga, America got a built-in button like they said about God. I give it and I can take it away. Nigga, whatever I gave your black ass, I can hit a button, nigga, I can take your history away. People will know you as a pedophile. They won't even know you as a good musician no more. Boy, it's cold. I'm telling you, we
You know what they just did,
take care of all that shit away.
Could that be the case with Dr. York?
Hey,
Peace to you,
Sanchez, let me
brother
say this
Sanchez.
here, man. You remember Irv Gotti, Damon Dash, and Jay Prince got every damn thing stripped from them back in 2009 because they tried to go in on Jay-Z. But what they didn't know was Jay-Z was connected. He was untouchable. Jay-Z went to his people and talked to his people, and Damon Dash, Irv Gotti, and Jay Prince got stripped of every goddamn thing. That happened back in 2009. I remember this shit like yesterday. But y'all go ahead.
Yeah, Jay Prince and Jay-Z still got beef about that shit. I remember Jay Prince when the whole Megan Thee Stallion thing was going on.
Let me share
he
something.
called out Jay-Z.
I don't mean to. I got to give y'all some real deal. Jay-Z and Jay Prince ain't got no beef. Let me tell y'all some real shit about this music industry. The biggest kingpins in every region, they gotta make them always seem like they got beef. You know why? Cause if somebody be like, man, why Jay-Z and Jay Prince ain't working together? Jay-Z got all the money up north. Jay Prince got all the money down south. Why don't them two black brothers come together, and why ain't they competing against the white man? So to cancel all that out, they make these niggas have beef. So when somebody say, well, why these big black men ain't working? Think about it. The white men work together. Even though if they hate each other, they'll sit at the table and agree we need to control these niggas, though.
Yeah.
And they'll make niggas be divided, even though we all losing crabs in the bucket. And if these two niggas came together, they can have a monopoly on a whole industry. But they just won't do it, because why? Man, he don't like him because remember when he said such and such? It be small reasons why men won't do world-changing historical shit. It be the smallest reasons that stop them. But we see big corporations merging all the time. Big banks coming together, big corporate, but the black man, it be a petty beef why he don't do it. It's because these niggas know that if you try to get too big, the white man will take all your shit away. Like I said, when Bill Cosby tried to buy his own channel, that was the end of his ass. They want niggas to know your place, man. We'll let you get to a certain level. You can own a label and all that. But when you go to talking about being a distribution company and all that, we don't even want you to even be thinking like that and having the next generation of young black men thinking big like that. We gonna make you an example right off the back to let you know this is your level, nigga. And you don't go no higher than here now. Now, thinking about going higher than that gonna cost you now. See what I'm saying? You gonna know your place, man. And these niggas know, man, it ain't that they don't think if they come together, they couldn't take over the music business. It's like the mob. Think about this. When the mob took over an area, you had small stores all over. All of them small stores know if we all come together, we can be a big ass power franchise like a Fortune 500 company. Why didn't they do it? Because the mob was exploiting each of them. And the mob had every one of them scared to say something or be powerful or anything. So you had all of these small businesses that would never come together because the mob had all of them scared, man. Just
and
like
keeping them divided.
You're right.
And that's crazy. That's crazy you said that. So you think like the entertainers and like the NBA players and the rappers and things, like a lot of their families be getting, I mean, they get like threats, you know, towards their family that will make them not want to come together.
The thing is, they get them, the reason we got MTV Cribs, you got rappers with shows showing you how many cars, chains they got. It's because the niggas can't really do nothing with that money. Think about it. You got $100 million. The first thing you're going to say is, man, I got enough money to really help a lot of people that's hurting. Your heart going to do that. If you any kind of a good person with that much money, you're gonna say, man, it's a lot of people I know I can change their life with just a little bit of what I got. Now, guess what they got to do? If everybody thought like that, that'll ruin the system. If every rapper went to the hood to clean it up, the prisons wouldn't make money. The abortion clinics wouldn't make money. The liquor companies wouldn't make money. Bro, that'll end a lot of shit that'll hurt the economy. So they got to tell these rappers, basically, these rappers can't do what they want to do with that money. If they ain't blowing it on liquor, chains, cars, and all that shit, guess what? If you talking about using that money to really be on some Nipsey Hussle, Tupac Shakur, shit like that, your days is numbered. Every rapper that tried to use their money and really change and clean up the hood, them niggas died. And the rappers that's fucking left are the ones that's shitting on the hood, stunting on the hood with their money.
And then that's my main question. So like with the basketball players and all of these things, these people who is not basically helping or doing what they can, they know that their lives is in jeopardy and their family lives can be in jeopardy also, as far as
Yeah.
threatening is concerned.
You know why? If you got a small corner store and they paying the mob $1,000 a month, and the mob got like thousands of stores in the area where they exploiting for money for them to operate in that area, right? Now, let's say I'm a basketball player and I got millions of dollars, and I tell these stores, look, man, I want to buy y'all up. Nah, I don't care about no mob exploiting you. You don't know nobody. I'm going to take my money and go to flashing it around, changing things around here. You're going to be a dead man. See, when these young black men get money, they are told by a lot of men around them what they can and can't do with that money. And when you go to talking about cleaning up certain things in the hood and stuff, you stepping on a lot of rich white folks' foot. That's gonna get you killed, man.
Giving out backpacks in school start and giving out turkey for Thanksgiving ain't shit but a goddamn tax write-off.
Think about this. It's a rich white man that own a plasma center in your community. He can't get no blood if niggas ain't broke. Cause ain't only a broke nigga gonna donate his blood for money. Now let's say a bunch of rich black celebrities say, we gonna make sure ain't nobody in our hood broke. Do you know all them plasma centers gotta shut down, and all of the shit that was set up depending on people being broke gotta shut down? Church's Chicken might have to shut down, because if niggas got money, they might eat a little healthier and might not even get. I'm just giving you an example of how it's gonna affect a lot of establishment that's preying on you being in a downtrodden state. So if somebody, so if somebody try to pick you up out of that state, then they gonna be targeted.
Even the political establishment, because the politicians that govern over these downtrodden areas, they always campaign on, oh, we're gonna clean up the city, we're gonna fix the streets, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. But if the city was clean and the streets were already fixed, they wouldn't have shit to campaign on. So they got to keep the problems going so they can have political capital to gain favor with the people. So there's another element to add to the reason why they wouldn't want these things fixed, because fixing these things would take away their ability to campaign to the people.
Yeah, instead of giving solutions, they give band-aids.
And you know why they give band-aids instead of solutions? Because check this out. Crack to a crackhead is a band-aid. Now the solution would be to heal them of their crack addiction. But the band-aid will be just give them another hit. And see, that's the thing why I'm glad you said that about how the government give band-aids and not solutions. Because a citizen, to me, what they trying to do to us folks who they ruling over, the average person under their authority, right, is looking at the Band-Aid like a fix. Because if you put a Band-Aid on my wound, I'm going to say thank you. And guess what? But if the wound never heal, I'm going to thank you every time you change the Band-Aid. But as a doctor, right, as a doctor, I should be thanking you when you heal the wound, and I no longer need you to change the Band-Aid. But what they got us being thankful that they just changing your bandage.
Wow, that's powerful, Brother Sanchez. I got to give it to you on that one, bro. You got to drop a bomb for yourself on that one, bro.
Thanks to you, bro Sanchez, the panel, and the chat.
That was tough. That was a tough pill to swallow, bro.
It's crazy because the patchwork, man, when a tie gets so many holes in it and you don't replace the tie, all of them patches look like a whole tie. You got patches all over that motherfucker.
Oh, boy.
You know what
Gloves
I'm saying?
all over the place.
When that motherfucker got a bubble.
It's still leaking out.
Yeah.
Hey, what about all these hierarchies, like the Boule and all these black enterprises that y'all was just speaking on? Are they just capitalizing, playing the same game as the white man do?
Them little whisperers that's telling you what
see,
not to spend your money on.
And the Boule, it's crazy because you have a group of people in every race that's working for the UN. That's the gate guards of their group, and ours is the boule. Go the boule.
The quote
It's the
unquote
oldest
white light
fraternity,
bearers.
right? You talking about Prince Hall was a mix. He was a mulatto from Philadelphia. He started the Black Freemasonries, and guess what? He modeled it out the Skull and Bones fraternity. Now, when you go and look up Skull and Bones fraternity, all of this shit go back to Celtic witchcraft and all that. The 13 colonists that founded this country, here's the big thing where people gonna say what's crazy. We say they were Britain colonies, right? But what part of Britain? Irish. Our country was started by Irish people, which is why we got Notre Dame, Boston Celtics, the four-leaf clover. We will have St. Patrick Day, right? They don't want, now listen, they hid the Ireland part of our nation. But if you look at Uncle Sam, he is the leprechaun with the pot of gold, with the big beard and the top hat and shit. So this, they were really worshiping the god of these early colonies was the leprechaun god of money. And they say if you pray to the leprechaun, he'll give you a money blessing. Does this sound familiar today in religion, guys?
Oh yeah.
Prosperity gospel.
Ain't nothing changed.
Wow.
The bearded god that we pray to for money, that's the leprechaun, and his name is Uncle Sam. Now, guess what's crazy now? Uncle Sam was literally a god that they prayed to for money, though, prior to him just being a symbol of government. That's what I'm saying about the leprechaun, Uncle Sam, and even religion itself. You know, everybody looking for a monetary blessing and shit like that. But you can't have this system without fiat currency and fiat government. But we all know that what fused that is the idea that someday everybody gonna get their blessing like a casino. One day you can hit the jackpot. That's the American dream.
Hey, bro,
Just
Sanchez,
like
to
the
speak on what you were
5 star on
saying.
the top head of the Uncle Sam and the 5 star on top of the Baphomet. All the 5 star represent the same goddamn thing. But go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, man, the nigga that built the casino, what if it was a nigga going around telling folks, hey man, build you a casino? Or what if there was a nigga going around telling folks, hey man, open you a church? Guess what? The pastor be mad and the casino owner be mad. Cause guess what? He don't gotta gamble. He got guaranteed money off you gambling because he built the casino. Just like the man that built the church don't pray for a blessing. You his blessing. So that's the thing. That's the scam of government too. Who govern the government? Who tax the people that tax you? Who print money for the people that print your money? Do you think these royal families, like for example Queen Elizabeth, do you think she spend money? If you do, then you're a fool. Don't you know
It's crazy.
bro? They teach
Go
they
ahead,
teach that it'll be an insult for you to even take some of the Queen's money. So, and they did an experiment that said we more likely to donate to rich people than poor folks.
She's so rich, she probably never bought nothing her whole life.
Well, the richer you get, the lesser your money you gotta spend. Yeah, that's what we saying.
Hold on, bro. I think you gotta say that
civilization.
again. Hold on. You said that the people is more willing to give their money to the rich,
right,
than to help ourselves.
Listen, they did a
That's
fucking
crazy.
I'm gonna show you, right? They did a social experiment where they asked a bunch of Americans, were they willing to help like poor people with their money and shit like that. And then they ask them about what they willing to, if a rich person like Jay-Z or a famous person lost all their money and needed some money from you, would you help them? Guess what? Over 70 motherfucking percent will help a fell off rich person before they help a poor person that is a nobody. And you know what? My theory behind that is because they thinking if I'm the nigga that helped Jay-Z get back on, I'ma be on when he get on or some shit like that.
Yeah, it's
You
a
know what I'm
self-serving
saying? Right.
mentality.
Yeah, it's crazy because I had seen a study too. Well, not a study, just on YouTube. This guy was in a grocery store and he was asking people just to buy his bottle of water, and more people said no, but the people who said yeah, he bought their groceries.
Yeah, and they did, and
of
you
the study.
right, you right. And they did one where a dude who looked at Bummy and Poe was asking to buy food, and folks was like, you know, basically get the fuck away from me, man. Hey, get out of my face. And a rich dude, right? And they had him with jewelry like cars. You can look at these. These videos. What I'm saying now, they on YouTube a dime a dozen. You can look them up right now. And guess what? The fucking rich dude will get more help than the poor dude. They'll walk by the poor dude like, don't touch me, nigga. And the dude in a Ferrari be like, hey, man, would you have a spare dollar I can borrow? And they'll give him more than what he asked for. Because it's some in us that think, well, this might be my chance to get in good with a rich person. That was what, because they was asking why was that experiment turning out that way. And I gotta keep it real. That's the most realest answer I could give. Like, nigga think they gonna get some points from like the rich and shit.
And that's how rich people behave and poor people like that. They like when people that ain't got nothing around them, and then they always be hazing them people like, yeah, look what I got. I bet you can't afford this. I got this there. And it just perpetuate the cycle. They're like, damn, I got to get this to keep up with them. You know what I'm saying? And it's not really true. And then they'll look at you like, damn, you actually went out and bought that shit? I can't believe.
I also seen poor people act like rich people, but they act as poor people to see what they're gonna give them, and then when they give it to them, they get favored with a lot of more shit. You know what I'm saying? I seen that before.
Yeah, it's
just
crazy.
like the Western civilizations. You gotta remember their deity back in the day was Mani. Bro Sanchez, I'm pretty sure I watched the lecture you speaking on this, but that's the god of luck, fortune, and destiny. And to put the people in the mindset of that, you got to think people looking at money to get lucky to get it, they fortunate to get it, or it's their destiny to obtain this currency.
Now let me tell you what's going on right now that's got everybody tripping their ass off. Nigga, crime in America is crazy right now. I'm talking about everywhere you turn around, somebody getting a snot box rocked, as her son Campbell say. God damn it. But we can go into later what y'all think that's a result of. But as of now, I'm gonna pass the mic. Everywhere in America, y'all been paying attention though?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's unmissable. You can't miss that.
Especially even in my hometown too. And even in Cali and everywhere, man. This shit is just getting crazy, bro.
Man,
What's happening is
between Jackson, Mississippi and Memphis, and I'm pretty sure Chicago and Detroit, it's on the rise.
Got a lot of new
you like this though.
There's a lot of new people moving around too. That's
Speaking on
causing the crime,
Chicago,
too.
right? Not that's all I was just fit to get into. Cause you touched on it earlier, Sanchez, with like the little purge thing they try to put off. My pops, me and my father was talking about this earlier, right? And me and him was like, look, Chicago, Illinois is a Republican state. I mean, a Democratic state, surrounded by Republican states. Iowa, Indiana, Missouri, Michigan, right? It's a bunch of refugees, migrants coming from South American countries that are revolting against their government, right? But it's a lot of Venezuelans on their way to Chicago as we speak. So what they doing is fake releasing people, giving this fear-mongering notion of it's just gonna be crime in the street, when they know that, like, I'm speaking on Chicagoland area. Most niggas who do crime, get out and run, they run to places like Iowa, Indiana, all the surrounding states, which are Republican states, which now your ass is finna get 10 times more time than you would have got if you would have get caught with that same crime in Chicago. So like Chicago is opening up their jails to fill up the other jails in the surrounding states, because all these Venezuelans coming in, they like, shit, we got a new crop of motherfuckers we could lock up. We don't even need niggas in our prison system like that no more.
Well, another aspect, at least what I see happening in like New York and California and a couple other states too. I think Wisconsin might be one of them. These district attorneys, George Soros and his son, back in 2018, spent over $200 million around the country funding these district attorney campaigns, because that's the prosecutor is an elected official. And they had these people put into position because it's when the cops arrest the criminals on the street, the district attorney is the one that either decides to file the charges or drop the charges. These district attorneys are deliberately dropping the charges on these criminals to let them back out to terrorize the public. And I'm glad the brother mentioned the Democratic states and the Democratic cities, because in these same states and cities, they have the strictest gun control regulations. And they also have strict laws on self-defense, where they would try to lock you up for defending yourself. So they strip you of your right to self-defense. They strip you of your means to self-defense. Then they allow the criminals out on the street to terrorize the public. And the public is going to naturally respond by asking for more government control, asking for more police, asking for more surveillance, which gives the government more control. So it's a game of problem, reaction, solution. You create the problem by letting the criminals out. You get the reaction from the public by the public asking for help from the government. Then the solution would be more government. That's what the play is, at least in the areas that I've been looking at.
Yeah, you definitely got a lot of people moving around. And Bobby, to your point, when I went to Vegas not too long ago, man, every single last one of my Uber drivers out there was a Venezuelan. I was just like, they not from Mexico, they from Venezuela. So it's like they all, you know what I'm saying, somebody got like a house that they all be staying at, getting them in the rental cars, you know what I'm saying?
You know what? I don't know what it is about taxi drivers and foreigners, but it's like all of the taxi drivers, you right, man, they take advantage of them shits, bro. Why is that though? What's up with that, man?
Because it's an easy industry to get into and it's hard work and most people don't want to do that shit. And it's dangerous too. And I think it's because the foreigners don't really understand the danger, but as Americans we do, because most Americans will say, I don't want no strange motherfuckers getting in no car with me. But in those foreign countries, like people literally walk down the street and stick their thumbs out and hitch rides with strangers. So it could be a thing where they're a little naive to the danger of having strangers in their car, so they gravitate towards this industry.
That's make a lot of sense.
Speaking on the gratification of self-defense, y'all know most blue states aren't stand your ground states, especially not Illinois. Like they expect you to run from any type of.
I'm glad you said that, because it ain't that I want to talk about stand your ground. I want to talk about the concept of a red state or a blue state. I think all we got is purple states. And instead of them telling us that, they'll say, well, no, his is red, yours is blue, we're divided. But really, their color is purple. Now this is why I'm glad I got Citizen Man on, because he brings a lot of validity to the whole political shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I have a lot of questions like that one there. Like I'd be like, is these states really controlled by that party? And if it is, yeah.
No, I agree with you, Sanchez, because it'd be like a place like Texas, you know what I'm saying? Like it's supposedly a red state, but then the major cities is largely Democratic. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
Dallas
that's what
and stuff like that.
but what's
So like,
happening. What's happening, Sanchez, is the red states, blue states are having this purple effect because the policies and the taxes and the cost of living is so high in these blue states that a lot of people are moving from the blue states. California actually had a shortage of U-Haul trucks because everybody was renting the U-Haul trucks and moving to Texas. And they're leaving these blue states because of the overregulation and taxes to come to red states, and they settle in the red states, but then they turn around and they vote blue. And this is why you're having these major cities being Democratic districts in the middle of these conservative states. And it's actually a political concerted effort from the Democratic Party to turn these red states blue. I mean, you hear them talk about it all the time. You know, turn Texas blue, turn Florida blue, all this extra shit.
That's crazy.
And that's what they're doing. They're relocating people, their voters, into these red states in order to get the policies that they want passed throughout the country from state to state, district to district. And in the red states, because it's so hard for Democrats to get elected as Democrats in these red states in a lot of these areas, what these Democrats are doing is they're running as Republicans. So what you have now is you'll have Republicans in control of these red districts, but they're not really opposing the gun control. They're not really opposing the abortion. They're not fighting it as hard as we would expect them to fight against it if that's what they stand for. So now people, go ahead.
This is fucking mind blowing. Because what you saying is the Democratic Party has infiltrated the Republican Party and vice versa. And that's how how bad this shit done got.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's
exactly damn, man, that's crazy.
That's that old saying of them sleeping in the bed with each other. That push
that's
and pull.
Crazy.
Strange bedfellows.
But now, but don't get it twisted though, because on this is like on the state level and the national level. Now on the ground level, from city to city, county to county, the division is actually real. Because when you look at the city ordinances and the county ordinances in terms of self-defense, in terms of property taxes and shit like that, you will see stark differences and divides that cannot be, there's no way to merge there. Like, for example, New York City, upstate New York, the self-defense laws in those counties are a little more lenient. Like, you remember the store clerk that got, attacked by the dude behind his counter and he ended up stabbing him in New York City, got charged with second-degree murder, and then they had to let him go on self-defense.
Yep.
In counties upstate, if that would have happened, he would have went home that night. You know what I'm saying? Because these counties are ran by people with a different political ideology and they see things differently. So from county to county, state to state, you will see that divide and you will see that difference. Even with the masking, I got a homegirl that lives in Kentucky, right? She lives in, I think it's Jefferson County, Louisville area. And there's another county right next door called Oldham County. Jefferson County is a Democratic county. Oldham County is a Republican county. Before, I think like a month ago, they just started masking all the students in the schools in Jefferson County. Meanwhile, in the neighboring county of Oldham, they're not playing the koofball game.
Yeah.
So you will see differences and you'll see a divide there. It's not all a mixed bag.
I got two questions for you based on what you just said. The first one is, when would there be a consistency in government among all the states? And the second one is the second one was just something about it'll come back to me in a minute. The first one though is, when will we see a consistent, like you got folks being locked up in some states for years for weed still, man, and like on the West Coast, you blowing that shit in the police face damn near.
That's the problem, bro. I don't think we're ever going to see a consistency because there's so many people out there that, because here's the thing, in the political fight, one side is just strictly propaganda based, like the side that says, men can be women and men can get pregnant and little boys can become little girls because that's their all that bullshit. And then there's another side that just says, this is what it is. A little boy is a little boy. A man is a man. Self-defense is a natural human right. Freedom of speech, shit like that. So I don't think there'll ever be a consistency because there's always going to be people who are going to fall for the propaganda. And that's
just the whole two-headed, because if there's ever consistency, then they shit won't work. That'll go against the right. Now let me ask you. Let me ask you one more, and I'm falling back because I didn't hear your take, Citizen Man, on the Chicago purge law.
Oh yeah, letting all the criminals out. It's a bail reform law. New York State actually did it in 2018, where they removed cash bails for certain crimes. So now when people get locked up for like robbery, murder, and shit like that, they can get right back out. And that is to discourage witnesses from testifying. Because the reason why there's been traditionally no bond on a murder charge is because if there's witnesses who are telling on the suspect, they want those witnesses to be protected because, well, this suspect is already suspected of killing somebody, so we can't let him back out because he might kill the people who's going to put him in jail. So in order to discourage the witnesses from, testifying to put these murderers in jail, they let the murderers back out. It all feeds the terrorizing of the public to demand more government control. You know the brother Anton Daniels, Millionaire Mindset Morning Show?
But look though, bro,
and
I don't want to cut you off, but in Chicago, it might not necessarily work like that because you got to think about it. Most of the crime that's happening is gang affiliated. So you finna start seeing what they doing with R. Kelly, a lot of individual RICO acts coming down on people. That's why the no cash bond is out of there. You know what I'm saying? Because
So you think the no cash bail on the local level is to funnel the suspects?
you fucking right, because what else is a dope man got to his disposal but the hard cash?
True. That's a good
Bobby,
point.
I know you
You see what I'm saying? I'm talking from a street perspective. This fucking up the niggas in this, like, and then if they do happen to let you out on a Avon or your recognizance, you gonna flee.
Well,
you see what I'm saying? Listen, you're gonna flee. Right.
If eventually, at some point in the world, there have to be the right kind of circumstances for us to transition to more radical policing. And if you listen to what they saying, these are the words where we basically going into where the people is even saying, look, we need more radical policing. Now, when you break those two words down, radical policing, guess what that would end up being? Drones policing you, robots policing you. Radical to them means more technological policing and taking the human element away. So if you look at all the police brutality, all the shit going on now where they basically even taking the police away, like we said, a law is making it to where the police don't gotta do shit for real but write tickets and he can retire good. They ain't really cared about saving you from a crime or saving that innocent woman. It's more like write her ass a ticket. You know what I'm saying?
Revenue generation. Yeah, generating revenue. That's all it is.
Hey, I want to interject on something you asked earlier, bro, Sanchez, on that balance between the two sides, that red and blue. There's a thing called the Great Divergence. And just like Walmart got rolled back, prices and all that stuff, well, they actually got rolled back laws that both of those two sides can keep balancing back on. Like it takes a certain case or a certain nationwide event to happen for a law to actually go in effect. And I think like now with this whole purge law going on, I think it's going to be a lot of those events that's going to make a lot of certain laws that's actually going to go into a higher standard to actually take place.
The laws and the funding, because every time there's an emergency, they get emergency funding. So they love with opening up the money pipe. So that's why there's always an emergency going on somewhere.
Man, let me tell you something. Them purge laws damn near existed in a lot of places where the gun laws ain't that strict no way. Because look, where I'm from in the South, if you get caught, let's say you got a gun case and you shot a nigga, attempt murder, something like that, your life ain't over, man. You can get out again. And that can be a little bit as 3, 4 to 5 years. And we talking 2nd-degree murder. We talking kidnapping, robbery. Hey, go look up the laws in Texas and all that. The shit they doing in Illinois right now, nigga, they finna turn the whole world to some backwoods, hicktown, country boy, Mississippi shit to where the white boy militia's gonna have the advantage. And that's just me, goddamn.
I think that's like,
Can I say
it's like
something?
a trick on the.
But I'm gonna say
ahead,
this
sis.
too, though. Check this out. It's creating a situation where the gang's gonna be the law. The criminal element gonna thrive with this kind of shit if this become nationwide, and I'm falling back.
But that's what they want us to believe that, but really it's like the extreme policing they showing you what extreme policing go come down to them writing extreme contracts on shit like, you know what I'm saying? You gonna be fearful to do fucking jaywalking might come with a 3 to 5 sentence. You see what I'm saying? Look, when Katrina happened, 2005, the New Orleans niggas left and went to Republican states. I was living in Atlanta, and they went to motherfucking Texas too. Now, even though those are Democratic cities, when the laws come down to how your ass getting sentenced from them heads of state, you dealing with Republican laws. So while they thought they was gonna leave this place and go another place on demon time, them niggas was facing life, triple life, whereas they did the same crime in New Orleans, like you just said, they'll be out in a couple years, maybe even 30 days.
But Bobby, here's what I'm confused with, man. Just because this is what I'm confused with. I heard a politician say this law is so if you got some pregnant mother with an outstanding fine and she get locked up and can't afford her bond, she ain't got to sit in there for months, and she's a single mother and all this. But at the same time, this law will let a nigga who kidnapped the motherfucker off. The next, he can be off without a bond. 2nd-degree murder off. My thing is, why is the system so goddamn stiff? The system ain't flexible. Like with Democrat and Republican, the Democrats say one thing, the Republicans say one thing. It ain't no party that say both of them, because everybody will vote for them then. You got to get either or. That's just like with the law system. It's like, for us to save the single mothers, we got to release the fucking criminals. Like, why it ain't yeah.
I can answer that for you, bro. That's because of the anti-discrimination laws that have been put on the books. When they write legislation, they can't write legislation to directly target a specific group of people. The laws have to be applied universally. So if the intention of the law is to prevent the pregnant mother from sitting in prison, sitting in jail for months, the side effect of it, because of the anti-discrimination and everybody has to be included.
The damn criminal get the benefit from damn.
Right. And what's happening is the people who are pushing this law, they know that the criminals are going to get benefits from it, but they're going to sell it to the public as if it's a good thing to help this small group of people, because I'm pretty sure more young men get locked up than pregnant mothers, but that's just me. They sell it to the public as if it's to help the pregnant mothers while completely ignoring the fact that it's going to help the criminals too. It's the same thing they do with the gun control argument, where the people who are against gun ownership literally have to pretend as if there are no criminals with guns in the street. And passing a law to make law-abiding citizens give up their guns is going to make gun crime go away. You see what I'm saying? So they tell a lie,
bro.
Omission,
You just,
and they give you they give you the pretty side of it, and they hide the ugly side.
Bro, that answers a lot of fucking questions, man. Right. Real talk. That's it.
In today's political climate with the anti-birth control stuff going on, you know what I'm saying? They use that as like, okay, this is the political climate, and we're gonna ride this law against that, even though it's broad sweeping and let all these other types of people out. You know what I'm saying? So why they gotta sell it off of they gotta always use political steam to sell an idea.
Bro, and then what make it so deep is that now that he said that, I know that that's there for design. That's there so they can have that leeway.
It's a commercial.
Yeah, man. He just gave us the game. Yeah, so we gotta cause think about it. Everybody's smart enough to know, okay, when I make this law, this is exclusive for only a certain group of people, but we ain't gonna make this law to kill us, kidnap, but because of they got that, they can say, well, we can't be specific to a group, and that make them not like have to hold nobody accountable. And if they don't, right, man, that's that bullshit.
That's deep, mind game.
Yeah. Another thing, bro, Sanchez in Illinois, they got a thing they passed back in 2018. Actually, it was from 2013 it started, but it went into effect 2018. Right after the Tax Act, and when they passed the law for the recreational cannabis was the first time offender law. You got to think, a lot of these niggas in the street ain't got felonies. They ain't got no charges on them. They've been getting away with the shit that they've been doing. So put that into effect with the PERS law. already have a no cash bail and you're a first time offender, you can apply for some of the programs to be dismissed within 12 months, free of charge, like case dismissal and everything on top of that. So it's about to get.
You know what you made me think about, bro? And I swear I be watching a lot of documentaries, bro. In some states, they saying that it's beneficial for a young man to get locked up because the prisoners got more opportunities in school and culinary and trades and all that than it is in a regular community.
That's exactly where I was going. Thank you, brother.
Bro,
Drop a bomb one time.
Bro, I swear that was a fucking... Bro, the documentary said it literally would benefit you to get locked up in certain places because you getting out with a job, a trade, and all that. It's crazy.
The program is a setup, period.
Because they put all the resources there, and that's why.
And ain't that sad? Because, right, why when you put that in preventative shit to keep them from going, if you know they would participate in it behind bars, it's a chance they would participate in it to keep from going behind bars.
They want to keep you in the loop.
Because they're incentivizing boosting the prison population. So they say, yeah, you commit these crimes, you're gonna go to prison. But when you go to prison, you know, you can play skee ball all day, you can get a college degree, you can get your, you get your culinary arts certificate, all this shit for the free. So they're incentivizing.
Guess how look how this shit is all finna play out.
This how it is. They say come this way and we can give you benefits, but it's a cold game. It's catch-22.
Right, this the catch-22. Cause look how all this finna play out. They finna make it like it's finna be a purge in the street. The niggas who on bullshit go really think like, oh, I can get away with all this shit. It's gonna turn up, and guess what they go say? Man, we gotta get away with this law. So now if you're pregnant, guess what? You gotta go to jail and give birth to that baby in that prison. See, it's finna be some cold shit going down in this motherfucking minute. It's finna, this how they flip, this how they do the catch-22. That's how they do smoking aces. They go write the shit in and say, now we protecting pregnant women. But like y'all just said, it's a double play. So when the shit end up turning around to where it's like, man, crime might spike 2%. But long as they can say, man, this shit didn't spike. It's niggas out here doing this and blah, and show you little clips of, yup, motherfuckers turning up. You feel what I'm saying? Now they gonna be like, hey, this is what we need to do. Get rid of this law because it's putting too many criminals on the street. Now you got a whole new fucking slave force, man. It's babies right now that's born straight into county indoctrination. Like they
this
never
is called the never-ending story. You hear me? This is called a never-ending story. You hear me?
If y'all don't think social media is about to be altered or used at the all-time high, social media about to get in everybody's ass, yo. They're gonna use that to portray anything they need to portray, and they ain't gonna use laws.
Man, niggas is in jail shooting music videos on social media. Like this shit is the funnest spot to be. I'm trying to tell y'all that this is what they trying to do. They finna fill the prisons up. And another thing they said in this purge law shit, they say, if a nigga decide to squat in your shed, we can't come do nothing.
Yeah, they've been doing that.
But do what they said. You gotta determine the level of fucking. You see what I'm saying? So now they making you the vigilante. But this how they do all this shit.
Here go
like now look at it like this, bro. Now check this out, bro. I'm from in Chicago. It's alleyways, gangways, cuts through people's yard. Now I could just be I could be a 15-year-old kid cutting through yards like I've been doing my whole life. And next thing you know, oh nope. Trespassing on my property. Too much going on.
Hey, Bobby, I'm glad you
Welcome to World War III. I hate to say it.
I'm glad you brought that up because here go the cold part. Not only with these new laws, if it's a nigga sitting on your back porch peeking in your house, the police can't do nothing about it. They telling you to use whatever force you think necessary. And guess what? If it's the wrong amount of force, you can be prosecuted, but that nigga can't.
Hey, so Bobby, I'll go ahead, my bro Sanchez.
I know that part.
See, guess what, y'all? That's what you
because I thought it said you pick the necessary force.
And guess what?
Y'all, you do what you think is necessary.
Right.
And
but
then we'll determine
Bobby,
if it's. Okay.
That's what I know. I'm telling you the part you didn't know. You giving us. I'm going into the part, the extra mile, where I'm telling you what we did know, which is after you use the force, in other words, basically I did security, right? When I did security, they held us to the same standard. And when you doing security, armed security, you gotta determine, is it right to kill that man or not? And if you ain't right, you going to jail for murder. That's you training and learning your book and know when to shoot or not. Now they're gonna hold every American citizen with a gun to the same law as a professional policeman, security guard. You need to know the lethal force module, the use of force module now. That's what I'm telling you. It ain't like they saying citizens just gonna be vigilante to where if a nigga sitting on your fucking porch and he lost for directions, you can just blow his fucking brains out and nothing ain't gonna happen to you. They gonna lock you up, bro. They still gonna police you as the citizen, protecting your shit. Even what they saying is, we're not gonna police y'all no more. You're gonna police yourselves, but we gonna critique your job, and if you didn't do a good job, then we gonna police your ass and lock you up. The only
It's
policing
an
they
all
doing
study
right.
program. They studying us. That's all it is.
They outsource some police work.
That's what they doing.
Bo-
They outsource.
Hey, Bobby, I got a
There
question
it
for you,
is.
Bobby.
Yeah.
I'm 45 minutes away from you. I'm in Kankakee County. I know you know all about
Yeah,
Kankakee,
Kankakee,
K3.
yep.
Yep. Listen, so what about loitering now in the city? You know, a lot of niggas like to loiter outside of them small
Guess what?
businesses.
Let me answer that. Guess what happens though? You gotta determine as a store owner that the man loitering out there, is you just gonna leave him alone and let him beg for his change, or is you gonna engage him in a physical altercation? Because guess what? If it goes to where you gotta hurt him or use some force, you going to jail.
The only reason I brought that up, because you know, in the media lately, they've been portraying a lot of people, a lot of these Sikhs and stuff getting stabbed and shot up for people trying to get candy bars or just hanging out too long. And that's been a big
Okay,
thing.
now listen, my bro. You say, I don't know how old you are. I'm 40, right?
I'm 31.
Okay, so we kind of like in the same demographic. I remember a time in the late 80s, early 90s in Chicago when all the projects was up where, nigga, if you talking about the Purge, that shit was like the Purge XXX, X-rated Purge, like unimaginable. So I'm saying it's all cycles that these folks wash their hands through. See, gentrification got to happen in one or two ways, and moving people around got to happen in one or two ways. Now, if I got a business in a spot where, like how they saying the big niggas loiter in front of my business, what's gonna happen? Niggas gonna shut their businesses down in them places. Them places gonna become slums again. We gonna become prisoners in our own homes again. That, like all the shit that happened in the 90s.
But that's where capitalism come in at. I think they want that to happen. Yeah.
Exactly. And then they gonna build up, right? They go
say.
build their pockets up again. Like, think about it. Them folks keep talking about, like, if you pick and choose how they look at American history, you will find they glory years. Like, they always talking about the baby boomers, war, the 80s era, drug and fucking crack epidemic shit inflicted on a specific type of people. You see what I mean? Like, they telling you they plans and future plans all at the same time. And what
They've been telling us.
Right.
The cold part about it is we're living through this right now. When they was telling that to our parents, like, if you do not do something about the way this world is going, now we live in it. They didn't do nothing about it. Now we're suffering. We in the recession and the depression. Straight big
I
facts.
used to say about like the same shit that motherfuckers saying about hip hop. Don't you know the elders were saying that about jazz? Man, this devil music ain't gonna have your ass doing nothing but being on drugs, smoking weed, doing heroin, all out fucking and sucking and woo like this. But that's really what it was doing too.
And you know, Biden was the one. He was the GOAT for helping push that 1944 crime bill on Clinton's
1994. I want y'all to continue this bill with me. Unfortunately, I gotta get out of here real quick and make a run. But listen, I want y'all to continue this with me on the next one, man. Real talk, because we was going into a lot of areas, man. But I want to salute to every last one of y'all. Real talk.
Much love.
Sanchez. Appreciate the
Yeah,
love.
salute
man.
to you.
Already.
Salute to everybody.
Much love, bro Sanchez.
Much love to y'all. Appreciate y'all for joining and adding on your intellect. It was fire as always. And y'all be safe, man. And I hope to see y'all on the next one because I got some more questions. So peace and love and salutes to y'all.
Peace and love.
For sure.
Already. Peace and love. Flat motherfucking power.
Flat power to y'all. Peace and love. Salutes to everybody that donated to the show. That hit the cash up for this Saturday show. For real. Appreciate y'all. Calvin, thank you, brother. Miles Morales and Louis Russell. As always, man, salutes to y'all and to Ruben. Appreciate y'all so much. And salutes to my Patreon family and to my PayPal family. And once again, to everybody that hit up